All right, welcome back. Welcome back to the show. We're here to talk watches. We're here to talk new releases from Seiko, from Citizen, a few other watch drops, and interesting news as well from the industry, as always. Um, Welcome back, live from Los Angeles. This is Young Brando, your host. You are very much welcome here. Um, I want to start with something actually that um, I want to share with the viewers, kind of both in the way of decent deals, but also just in the way of a business that I want to highlight. Once again, I don't have any connections with them. I know some people in the community who have done business uh, with them and who have been done right by them. Oh, Ali, how are you doing?
I'm all right. I'm right. I wanted to drop by, show a bit of support. I've got a lot going on, but you do a horrible job advertising for yourself, so I came to drop some advertisements for the people who will replay this video later. So
Amazing.
for $10 a month, folks, right? Now I'm gonna forgive the Patek emails, but for $10 a month, you will get between 3 and 5 links a day to beautiful, highly collectible, and often vintage watches and really unique watches. Today, right, I'm not going to share the links because you got to get in on the Patreon for them, right? Can't give them to you for free. But today, there were 3 Rolex watches that were company gifts, right, for service. 25-year Coke, 25-year Dubai Aluminum Company, which I wouldn't have ever even guessed, and Schlumberger, right, 20 years Schlumberger. These are watches that you will not see anybody cover anywhere else. And if you happen to be a Patek fan, he's had a few days of really nice Patek references linked. Now, I'm not a Patek fan myself, but they were really nice, beautiful watches. He's got some Tudors in the past. He's got some Breguets, got some Daniel Roths. He did a whole Calatrava thing the other day. He's got he called it the JLC Corne de Vache, right? A throwback
Mhm.
JLC before Vacheron took the Corne de Vache moniker and that case style. So I came on here to drop the opening a little advertisement for our boy Young Brando, who I think, being somebody who tries to support multiple watch channels in multiple ways, is the only watch channel I'm aware of that is running a consistent Patreon that delivers on their promises.
Hey, not a bad late show either, as well. But yeah, the
It's just
Patreon is pretty good.
I'm too old for this shit. I'm too old for
Yeah,
these
it is
hours.
a little too. It is a little too late for you guys on the East Coast. But I'll come up with something
No,
over time.
I always love it. I when I have time to catch it, I always love it. So I just wanted to drop on and uh, drop that commercial break. It is unsolicited, um, and show my support and have a good show, man. All right,
Thank you so much, Ali.
take care,
Thanks
buddy.
for dropping by. Hey, that was really kind of Ali, and as he said, it's unsolicited. He gives himself these names like unpaid intern and this and that. I call him my publicity manager or my agent, whatever you want to say. Look, I do my best to plug the Patreon, but I know the live show is the live show, right? I don't want to take too much time from it to talk about a venture that is overlapping, that is very much connected to what we do here, but that has its own place. I'm gonna drop the link just in the chat now, just so you guys know where to sign up. Um, and this is a service that until the end of this month. Hey, Herr Stiefel, welcome to the channel, man. Um, this is a service that I provide, one for $10 a month. I am going to finally increase it at the end of this month. So you will have 2 more days to sign up if you want to avail yourself of the service until the end of the year. And It's actually pretty straightforward. I have found ways to expand it. So starting March, it is not only going to be at least 3 links to deals online, usually ones that I scour specifically from Chrono 24, sometimes eBay, sometimes from other online retailers like the one that I'm going to highlight here. Oh my God. Thank you, Ali. Thank you. I really appreciate this. 25.55 US dollars. Upvote and click that bell for our boy YB. It's my job to connect the overlapping advertisement. Thank you so much, Ali. And you are, of course, as is our rule for this month, you are being entered to the raffle for the giveaway Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers 2022 collaboration. And that is the lime green dial version. So Alireza gets number 51 as well. All right. Yeah, going back to it, I scour these deals online, usually from Chrono 24, eBay, sometimes from online retailers and vintage watch dealers who offer the kind of piece that I'm looking for. Now, I don't only do this as a way of drawing your attention to particular kinds of deals, but also in a manner to educate, in a manner to edify, in a manner to learn together. So starting March, I'm actually going to record a very specific focused video that's not going to be longer than 10-15 minutes, at most half an hour. That will be a Patreon exclusive where I actually talk about these watches, right? For example, oh, Mike David, thank you. 20 New Zealand dollars, purely watches all the time, no drama, no filler. Hey man, thank you. Thank you. I feel good. Polo, man. Polo is good. Polo looks good on everyone. So yeah, Uncle Ralph is a genius. Yeah, going back to that idea, I am going to include a video where I talk about why I came up with these watches. For example, Ali dropped the information that today I shared 3 Rolex watches that were company gifts for 25 years of service and 20 years of service in one case. And that really picks up a thread of what I was talking about just yesterday. We were talking about different types of collectors based on those 3 categories that Nick Bibak articulated in his conversation with Ben Clymer. He was talking about the the scholarly collector, the intellectual collector, and the anthropological collector. And he mentioned that the anthropological collector, which is kind of the dominant type in our day, is very much interested with the human connection of these timepieces that they go after. And this is especially significant with vintage pieces. And I was, now, whether we agree or disagree with the periodization or the generalization, that's another point. But I think there is a very perceptive insight there, in the sense that a lot of collectors today, rather than avoiding watches that have these sorts of customizations, personalizations, even company logos, and very elaborate and extensive engravings on the case back. A lot of collectors in this day go after these pieces because they like learning a little bit about the history, of the company, about the history of the person who was awarded or who was gifted that watch, that kind of watch. Um, and there's a nostalgic part of it, right? We say a lot of times, if you want loyalty, get a dog, right? This is especially relevant for professional environments today because there is absolutely no loyalty on the part of employers to their employees. There are always exceptions, and God bless companies who treat their employees the right way, pay them the salaries they deserve, give them all the benefits that they need, and reward them in due time for the loyalty that those employees and for the dedication those employees showed them. But there are also a lot of different industries today that in fact encourage their employees to move on. After a few years with them, I think IT is a lot of times like that, right? People start looking down on you if you are in IT or even in finance. If you spend too much time in one company under one type of boss in a particular kind of environment, you are understood to get stale. Anyways, those values have changed, and with the way these values have changed and the way that the job market has become a war of attrition, a war of constant attrition, people now look fondly upon the way that Domino's or Coke or whatever else, like the Dubai aluminum company, has rewarded their employees in the past. And I think that's a beautiful thing. So I decided to collect a few watches that are great watches, that present good deals, and that also have very elaborate engravings on the back, saying, Mr. This and that, thank you for your 25 years of service for Coke. Anyway, so I will have these sorts of videos accompanying these links that I send on a daily basis for Patreon. And for now, it's $10 still. It is going to be $10 until the end of the year if you sign up in the next 2 days. Starting March, it is going to be an increased price point. So if you want to be grandfathered in at $10 a month for the rest of the year, here's your chance. Now is your chance. After a while, I think it's a little, I have to make sure that I don't cheapen myself as well. So for everyone who is right now on my Patreon, I will reward them for the loyalty they have shown me, for the commitment they have shown to this platform, and for the dedication of their contribution to keeping this platform afloat, because nothing in life is for free, as you all know. So I do need this sort of support to make sure that I come here to you with pure watch talk on a daily basis, and sometimes even more, and with other kinds of watch content as well, that is in more digestible, bite-sized form. I wanted to highlight today the watch outlet. Again, I'm not really, I haven't done business with them myself before, so I can't vouch for them in that way. I know members of the community who have, and who have been done right by them. I do appreciate their model. In the past, I've seen a lot of great deals on their website, and I've shared those great deals at times with friends and with people who consult me for this kind of advice. They have a lot of pieces that they acquire in the new old stock, um, and unworn kind of fashion, but they also have a number of pieces that they have as certified pre-owned. Now, none of these pieces are in any way authorized by the maker or anything. So I hope with the emerging rhetoric and program of certified pre-owned by Rolex and Audemars Piguet, you don't get those two things confused. But they take a lot of watches. I'm assuming either on consignment or buy them outright and list them here, and they have a lot of times great deals on them. I'm not sure if I can call this a great deal, but it is a pretty decent one. Um, they have named it the Big Eight. As far as I know, Urban Jurgensen Big Eight is a 40 millimeter watch, but I might be wrong. One of this, one part of this information is wrong. It's either 40 millimeters or it's simply Urban Jurgensen 8, which would correspond roughly to this case size. Urban Jurgensen is one of the watchmakers which, in a way, defined Kari Voutilainen. He cut his teeth as a watchmaker at Urban Jurgensen, and he also himself left a certain mark there. He also had a role to play in how these pieces ended up looking. And the Big Eight is the kind of Urban Jurgensen piece that riffs on that visual signature we came to see and we came to recognize with a lot of independent watchmakers today, which is always seemingly an original take on Breguet. A lot of times that has a lot to do, of course, with heat blued hands against hand guilloche dials, teardrop lugs. But Urban Jurgensen is one of those brands that both underlines the history of the watchmaker that gave the name to the company today. Urban Jurgensen was, after all, an apprentice of Abraham Louis Breguet, among others. But they have always done this with an additional flair, with a distinct touch of their own, whether it is the particularly stubby shape of the teardrop lugs, the stepped bezel case, or those observatory hands that distinguish them ever so slightly. The Big Eight, or simply the Eight, was Urban Jurgensen's model at that point in time, which was kind of an entry point because it was built on Frédéric Piguet caliber. Frédéric Piguet, as you might remember, is the person who lifted up, who helped Blancpain rise from its ashes in collaboration with Jean-Claude Biver. And that movement maker, Frédéric Piguet, has been integrated into Manufacture Blancpain since early 2000s. But this was a model that Urban Jurgensen produced at that point in time as an entry point, especially in stainless steel, since it was built on the FP 1160 self-winding movement, which again is a very respectable um, self-winding automatic watch movement, not necessarily um, a workhorse, I should say, because a lot of piguet movements, for one reason or another, um, are always given this bad rep. They have a reputation of being somewhat finicky. Um, I never had a first-hand negative experience with any piguet movement, whether we are talking about simple time or time and date movements or chronograph movements. That doesn't necessarily mean that they are just as reliable, just as workhorse as the average Rolex self-winding movement. But I feel a lot of these more high horological calibers, calibers of a certain quality, watch movements of a certain quality are sometimes drawn with that wide brush and maligned for no reason at all. Now, Urban Jurgensen is, of course, one of those brands that is coming into spotlight again. In a way, its history is similar to what I've just covered yesterday with how Daniel Roth is being brought back by LVMH. Without the involvement of Daniel Roth, of course. In this case, Urban Jurgensen belongs to another century at any rate, so we don't have to worry about that. My take on Daniel Roth and how it leaves something to be desired at this point in time was about the exclusion of the actual person from the company and from any active collaboration, even though his name is involved because he's still alive. With Urban Jurgensen, we don't have that problem, obviously. But Kari Voutilainen basically helped acquire the company, or he led the acquisition of the company. I think his daughter is already involved in some way with the revival of the company, and they have certain things in the pipeline. They're playing things very close to the chest, so I don't know what will come up. My gut feeling is that they will probably use it for more accessible watches than Kari Voutilainen's line itself. Maybe not exactly mass produced, maybe not exactly a company that will end up making tens of thousands of watches, but probably Urban Jurgensen will make multiple times more watches than Kari Voutilainen does per year. So it won't be exactly a like a diffusion line of Kari Voutilainen, I think, but it will probably occupy this sweet spot between high horology, bespoke level, independent maker, and a mass-produced watch. That's simply my guess, an educated guess at that, based on what I keep hearing, but they are playing their cards pretty close to the chest, so I don't actually know what's going to come out of Urban Jurgensen, but certainly they will be making more watches than 60 pieces per year, which is roughly, I think, what Kari Voutilainen makes. Their watches will be probably more affordable, more accessible than Voutilainen pieces, which doesn't say much. All that being said, I think this could be, if you have been pining for an Urban Jurgensen watch, if you have found a decent deal on one of them, this could be one of the final moments to get that sort of deal, because I think once it comes back in full force with Kari Voutilainen's touch, I think the examples on the secondary market will probably start trending up because they belong, first of all, to a bygone era. In that case, an Urban Jurgensen 8 or Big 8 would not be the first watch that I would go for, but they are there. They're more accessible than most other UJ watches. This is a decent deal, nothing to write home about, though. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the brand and alert you again. If you find some good deals on UJ watches, try not to miss it, because this might be a good time to actually get them before they come back in vengeance, or with vengeance rather, and at probably a different price point. Speaking of that, they do actually have a decent deal on Schwarz-Etienne Roma Synergy, which is a Schwarz-Etienne piece that they built in collaboration with Kari Voutilainen. It has that sort of distinctive and varied guilloche decoration on the dial that has, in one way or another, become the visual signature of Kari Voutilainen. You can see these three various patterns, starting with the kind of fish scale at the center of the dial, the rosette on the hour track, and kind of maybe like a barley corn design for the oversized small seconds subdial at 6. I find this to be actually a very attractive watch. I quite like it. I think the case design, as you can see, is a little more conservative than the Urban Jurgensen case that we have seen just now, and the kind of case that Kari Voutilainen carried onto his work as well. Usually the 28 would be a good visual anchor for what I just said. Let me just show that quickly. Like, for example, this is the sport version of the 28, and you can see how that teardrop lug design is quite similar to what we have seen in Urban Jurgensen, even though the lugs are a little more extended here, and for me look a little better and more proportional. But here is another example. So 28 is quite representative of the kind of work that Voutilainen does independently, and it's really lovely stuff. But if you somehow find those case shapes a little more adventurous, a little more out there, a little more unusual, this is a watch actually that has much more mainstream appeal than any of Kari Voutilainen's own creations, I think. So for that reason, not only because of the price point, comparatively speaking, but also because of the design elements, the alpha hands for the hours and minutes, the more conservative shape of the case, um, especially in terms of how the stepped lugs are very straight and only slightly angular. This can be a great choice for someone who wants a little bit of that Voutilainen flavor without necessarily going the whole way. Of course, that Midas touch can be seen in the guilloche work on the dial, but also partly on the movement as well, in terms of how especially the bridges have been engine turned, hand guilloche decorated in a similar fashion. And this is a very nice piece. As far as I know, it was a limited edition of about 50 examples. So they are not going to become easier to find. I have seen them at a certain point, and of course, that was a different um, time in the market, but I've seen them go for even more than this. Um, but I think that is a decent deal, and I would honestly want to take a good look at that particular piece. I just wanted to show you from another listing for sure, but a nicer shot of the movement, which is really a beautiful thing to see. Yeah, I was right. It was made in two dial variations, one in gray and one in this shades of blue. So both kind of a tritone execution of each color, 50 pieces each, and this seems to be a decent deal. Uh, and considering that they were sold around 20 27 and a half 30,000 in Swiss francs when they came out, this doesn't look so bad, honestly. Again, in an environment where interest in independence is out of all proportion, Kari Voutilainen seems to be everyone's darling, honestly. His watches are not completely out of reach yet, right? But he seems to command a similar kind of respect to Philippe Dufour, who is the godfather, Roger Smith, who is the main protege of George Daniels, who perhaps was as definitive to the 20th century in terms of independent watchmaking as Abraham Louis Breguet was to the 19th century in terms of horological advancement and invention. His watches are still at that level where it may be accessible to the most aspirational collector with very, very deep pockets. This still presents an entry point, and I would at least recommend that you keep an eye out for them. There are not many of them to begin with, and soon enough there will be the Urban Jurgensen collaborations, and suddenly we might not even see these anymore, not on the market. So and finally, they also had posted all these watches, by the way, they just posted today, or they just put on sale. And this is a piece that that they had just reduced in price, right under 10K. Again, this is the flippant version of Cartier. This is, in a way, their version of the Reverso. It's actually, I'm not sure who does their photography. Certainly, it's not someone who understands watches, because there's absolutely no visual of them. Flipping the case. That's a shame. Let me see if I can find nice image of it. Yeah, right here. So this is how it works out. Just like the Reverso, it has a carriage, but in this case, it actually has a kind of a third part in addition to the case and the carriage, which can be raised, and the watch flips inside that, and can also be somehow made to stand as if it were some sort of desk watch, not a clock, certainly, and not an extremely practical, visible, or legible one, but certainly one that can be made to stand using the carriage as the base. And it can have some practicality in that fashion, maybe on your nightstand or on a vanity of some sort. But this is a piece that they have in their stock right now in stainless steel, with a manual wind movement. Looks that it's in very good condition. And just like the other, just like the Urban Jurgensen, this is without box and papers. The Schwarz-Etienne Karivutulainen one was a full package, a full set, whereas the Cartier and the Urban Jurgensen are naked, so just the watch. And listen, I mean, I think they are much less corporate than others as well. So if you're interested in one of these watches, I'm sure you can call them and try to negotiate and try to see if they have any other options. Um, I'm sure they will entertain it. I just wanted to highlight them because they have a lot of interesting stock. They constantly have very good sales, um, and deals that you can't really find elsewhere. You can't really find so easily. Deals that are hard to come by. So I appreciate them. It's a nice business. It has done right by people I know, and they should feel more than free to come up and speak their piece as well and give their endorsement. But I won't speak on their behalf. But by and large, they have a collection that's quite varied in terms of brands, that includes new old stock, unworn pieces, as well as pieces that are serviced and certified by them and that are pre-owned. But I think they deserve second look. They deserve the occasional or casual look. And listen, they even have some hype pieces. $3 million 5711 with the Tiffany dial, for example, or an AP Royal Oak Chrono that is completely iced out with Eastern Arabic numerals at 3700, the original reference for the Patek Philippe Nautilus. So a good, very balanced, interesting stock as always. They have the older version of the triple calendar master control in the 37 millimeter case size with the silver dial, a pointer date on the periphery of the dial, the day of the week and the month through the two apertures right under the branding, and a moon phase at 6 o'clock that is lodged right into the small seconds dial there. This I've always found to be a great piece and certainly one of the best deals on the secondary market. And this is a piece that actually happens to come as a full set as well, if that's something that matters to you. Anyway, so much for the watch outlet and our little intermission about Urban Jurgensen, Schwarz-Etienne, and Kari. I just wanted to remind everyone that once Kari comes up with his revival of Urban Jurgensen, the market might change and these pieces might become even more inaccessible. So it might be a good time to consider looking into them. Of course, none of this is final investment advice, but I think it's important to keep an eye on some of the developments. I'll share a few things that I came across on some of the other watch outlets. On Fratello, they were highlighting these Citizen pieces that we don't usually talk about. The PRX, Tissot PRX always comes up when it comes to an accessible entry point into this particular category of watches, this particular segment of stainless steel sporty pieces with an integrated bracelet. Citizen has these MA series. They have been available for the Asian market for quite some time, and they are now available in the European markets. I'm not entirely sure about the US market, but I'm sure you can find ways to acquire them, even if Citizen USA doesn't necessarily bring them into these territories. I'm not sure. But they are now available in this Tiffany blue dial. I guess the hype is not yet dead. This grained and smoked blue dial, which looks very interesting to me. I wish they didn't have that sort of uh, fake or faux patina effect for the luminous material, which makes it look a little strange to my eyes. I would have preferred something in bright white. And they are at an even more attractive price point, I find, than the Tissot PRX pieces. Basically, the stainless steel version that has these contrasting surfaces of uh, grain brushed and mirror polished surfaces is offered for $300. It's 40 millimeters in terms of the case diameter, 11.7 millimeters thick, and 49 millimeters from lug to lug. So in a way, even more wearable than the Powermatic 80 version of the Tissot PRX. And they have a bracelet that to me resembles the Rolex President bracelet more than anything else. And I would really like to try one of these on. Hopefully, they will appear in the US as well. For a while, they were Asia exclusive. I know they have been available in Europe for a little bit now. But hey, this is great. There's that smoked and grained blue. There's this version of it that is more like a teal with, again, smoked edges, smoked on the periphery. And then they also have a version that is PVD coated in gold, which is a little more expensive, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, that's $350 rather than $300. These pieces have 40-hour power reserve. I sing the praises of Powermatic 80, so I'm not going to back down on that. But for grab and go kind of watch that is available in that 300 euro, $350 range, 40 hours is not so bad either. And the Citizen 8210 movement can be glimpsed through the case back as well. I think it's only fair that we take a look at this Japanese offering as well in this particular category that seems to offer a lot of value for the money. I would love to try one of them on for size. I like the design. I like the dial colors, honestly. But for these kinds of watches, the way it sits on the wrist, the way the bracelet tapers, and the way it feels on your wrist is more important than anything. JB has a good way to put this: smoked dial, but not a smoked wallet. Yeah, it's only $300. So this is Citizen ME series, the NJ 0151 and NJ 0153. Let's see actually if they have it on the US website at all. Well, they certainly have it on Chrono 24. Let me see. Red Deer watches. I don't know who these people are. Yeah, they don't give much information about themselves either. Let me see again. Okay. Right, they have one that's altogether new and in box on Chrono 24, and I think this is Taiwan. I'm guessing. Man, I do my best to recognize my flags, but sometimes I no, that's Hong Kong. Okay, so there are a few Asian sellers on Chrono 24 that sell it at reasonable price points. I don't know. It kind of looks good, actually. Honestly, in a way, I would love to try one on. This is an interesting piece. And yeah, this is the PVD gold plated one. And NJ 0151 is the stainless steel version. Which you can find in various different examples on Chrono 24. So let me look into this. Maybe I'll get one and give you guys a report, do a little review for you guys, because everyone has access to the Tissot PRX. This is something that's a little more uncommon and still interesting in that particular category. And it looks more like the Rolex Oyster Quartz. They just then or rather, the Rolex Oyster Quartz Day Date in some sort of weird stainless steel edition than anything else. So I would really like to try these on. To me, for whatever reason, this looks much more appealing than the Tissot PRX, which again I like. I appreciate that it exists, especially in the Powermatic 80 version. I think it's a great value proposition. It's a great offer at that price point. But for me, the waffle dial gets very old after a while, and I already have a watch like that. So for me, it's never been an interesting option. And you guys know I love my Japanese watches, so this might be an interesting piece to get for me. So that is the Citizen ME NJ0151 for the stainless steel options that come with the Tiffany blue, an ingrained fumé navy, and again a fumé teal version. They can be found on Chrono 24. And there's the NJ0153, which has a smoked red dial and PVD coated gold tinted finish. Now, when it comes to Seiko, I'm going to start with, again, a release that hasn't made its way to the US just yet. It's basically 36 millimeter field watches that they have already introduced in Europe. This is the UK site, so the prices are listed in pounds. But as you know, Seiko 5 has these various segments: field sports, field suits, which is where the new watches are. The SKX inspired pieces, the street style pieces, specialist, so on and so forth. So, and the new GMT watches, of course, that were quite a hit, and that still seemed to be very appealing, especially since they provide a kind of collar GMT functionality that is available in the US at that $500 price point. Now, a lot of the Seiko 5 watches and even the SKXs are rather butch. They are quite oversized, which is why we like them. You know, I have my SKX 007 that I wore to work out today. So I'll just show you that. Yeah. Davi, I'm glad we are sharing that too. I just wore this watch earlier when I was in the gym. I love it. I love it. I don't care if it's not particularly accurate. I don't care if it's cheap. I don't care if it even looks cheap. I just love wearing it. I take much more pleasure out of that watch than some of the more expensive watches that I have seen. With watches that I own, I go years and years researching them, finding out about them. So I love them to death as well. I'm not going to compare, but Seiko for me is always a great watch. This is SRPJ 81. It comes on the matching bracelet. It has that field watch aesthetic with those uh, sword hands. And the case has a diameter of 36 millimeters, 36.4 millimeters. It has the same caliber as the larger watches, so nothing changes on that front. The Seiko 4R 36 movement. These pieces are priced very similarly to their larger brethren, so I'm assuming that will also be the case in the US. I want to double check. In the US, these pieces they list around 275. So I'm guessing that's how it's gonna be as well. 275, 300. And there's also an example of it that has this sort of sand taupe or beige dial, and that's served up on kind of a sand colored NATO strap. That's sandblasted look on the case. This is also an addition to that 36.4 millimeter line with a thickness of 12.5 and a lug to lug length of 44.4 millimeters. I think this could be a very wearable watch as well. I've always liked this field watch aesthetic. I know a lot of people go to Hamilton for that, but Seiko offers an even more affordable price point at 275 US dollars and 230 in British pounds. This, I guess, is the most classic version. Matte black dial. It looks matte at least. Khaki NATO strap and kind of an eggshell color on the luminous material on the dial, as well as the hands. Of course, the day date function that is perfectly aligned there with the crown at 3 o'clock. And these three certainly are my favorites in this release. I love those Arabic numerals, the field watch aesthetic. And that's carried over, of course, the suits style pieces. These are the two 36 millimeter pieces there. This has like a silver dial, and it kind of inverts that aesthetic of the Arabic numerals. Everything is printed in this case. You have the hour track at the center of the dial and the minute track on the outside with a triangle at 12 o'clock. You have a little bit of a different aesthetic in the SRPJ 87. Once again, this uses the same case as well. and the same movement with approximately 41 hours of power reserve, self-winding with 24 joules, with hacking seconds and the day-date display. That's the caliber 4R36. And there's also kind of a forest green dial with a sunburst finish, with these more stylized syringe-like hands as well that distinguish it from the field sports style in this SRPJ 89. So we basically have 5 new additions to the field watch lineup from Seiko that are in the 230 pound range in the UK and 275 US dollar range when they're finally introduced in the US. Yeah, I like how they do these like a German Flieger Beule dial layout. Very easy to read. Yeah. Yeah, I think, again, typical field watch or pilot watch look, depending on where you're coming from. I think all of these are great options, especially if you're looking for something that is a little that's a little more discreet, that's a little smaller. I know we associate that a lot of times with the dress watch look, something a little more slender, a little easier to wear, something that slides under the cuff, as some say. But in this case, I think when you think of it as a field watch, as something that you would actually put on your wrist and go outside and be active, hike, climb, jog, whatever it is, you might actually want things in a smaller package, right? You might want a watch that's less bulky, that's smaller, that weighs less. So these are a great option for that sort of mentality. SRPJ 81, that has the black dial in the field sports style, the matching stainless steel bracelets. SRPJ 83, which has the beige dial or the sand dial with a NATO strap or on a NATO strap that goes with that. SRPJ 85, which has a matte black dial and a very lovely vintage inspired contrast with that faux patina, kind of like an eggshell / cream kind of shade on the luminous material of the dial, and a khaki NATO strap. And then for the suit style, you have 2 pieces that have sunburst dials in beige and pine green that are both on leather straps. The SRPJ 87 is the beige sunburst. And on a kind of, I think, gray leather strap, and then the pine green one at SRPJ 89 has a dark brown strap, and these have, as Davi mentioned, these two have a dial layout that's more reminiscent of that B-Uhr shtick than the field watch aesthetic. So these are a nice option as well. And of course, they have them in the larger case sizes too. Speaking of Seiko, I came across on Hodinki today with three more blacked out pieces. I think they have had some great success with these models. So they keep increasing the number of watches that they produce in this particular iteration, in this particular series. This time they have again a Captain Willard turtle type of piece that they produced in that way. They have a more traditional diver piece and the alpinist. So let's take a look at these. These are of course from the Prospect series. So one segment up, better movements, better water resistance, a 200-meter depth rating rather than a 100-meter rating, which was the case in Seiko 5. And also a little more of a heightened aesthetics than the bare bones, a lot of times minimalist interpretation of the Seiko 5. So as the Hodinki article notes here, and this is written by one Mark Kauslarich, much the way Seiko blacked out its Tortoise and King Samurai last year, this year they're going dark with coated versions of the 1965 Divers SLA 067, the Divers SPB 335, and Alpinist SPBJ 337. So this is the 65 Divers, their modern and murdered out interpretation of their most classic diver shape. This, by the way, seems to. I know one of the members of the audience later wrote to me in the comments saying that we shouldn't support Nike because of certain labor practices and their management team, etc. Look, I'm just relaying the news. I think aesthetically speaking, the Nike Air Force Ones that are coming out early in March in collaboration with Tiffany and Co. I think they're aesthetically pleasing. They look nice. If you have a more equitable company that has better labor practices, better company policies, a better approach, a more respectable executive lineup, I'd be more than happy to hear from you, Thomas. Feel free to send your comments. I'm a completely neutral platform when it comes to these things. If something is newsworthy, if it has something to do with watches and style, I will report on it. I will talk about it. And I trust my audience to make the best decision and make the kind of purchasing decisions that align most with their own values. Because at the end of the day, the only passion that we share and that we have in common is the one for wristwatches. But that being said, the color scheme of these blacked out pieces, I think would look great with those Tiffany Nike Air Force One collaborations. I mean, look at that. These are the shoes that they're coming out with in March. And this is how Seiko does its blacked out series. I see a pattern. Of course, uh, you might say that looks a very appropriate shade of color, shade of blue for the luminous material. But as you know, with more recent technologies, they can they could have used any color. Really, they could have used orange for something that glows blue in the dark. They could have used um, racing green, and it would glow green in the dark, so on and so forth. They certainly have the means. So when they choose certain kinds of colors to as the paint of the luminous material, when it's not when it's exposed to the light, I think that's a very considerate choice, and they have certainly matched it quite nicely with the black, I must say. And I also kind of have an itch for getting a blacked out watch, so maybe I should just get one of these rather than the Citizen ME. I don't know. You guys let me know. Um, I'll just do an impromptu poll right now. Don't take it altogether seriously. I'm probably not getting either one of these, but should I get uh, Citizen? Which watch should I get? Citizen MENJ 0151 or Seiko SLA 067. Of course, I will write the prices next to them as well. The Citizen is like 350, whereas of course the SLA 67 is, I think it's in 3000s or something. Oh yeah, 3100. Okay, let's change the tune a little bit. Let's go for this. SPB 335. And that is 950. Okay. Don't forget to vote. And if you have any further comments, if you have any other suggestions for watches in this segment, feel free to chime in the chat. And as always, if you when you're voting in the poll, hit that like button as well. It really does help, and it doesn't take a lot of work. It's certainly for free, and it's pure kindness that you can show me as I try to bump up my subscriber numbers. And I'm really in desperate need of that. I really do want to reach 5,000 before the end of the year. So please help me out by subscribing to the channel, by sharing the content with others, by asking others to subscribe, and simply by spreading the word as well. So yes, I was mentioning how the color scheme of Sony's Seiko's all black series is very reminiscent of the Nike Tiffany collaboration, which is again predominantly black with these Tiffany blue accents. And I think that's just a great look. I really do like the SLA 067. I do have my King Turtle, so probably I would not go for SPB 335, but I actually like this style much better than that's kind of tiger stripe / wood grain dial that they have done on the SLA 067. That's basically a contemporary murdered out take on the 62 Mass. This is, of course, kind of an ultra modern Captain Willard, and then, of course, a blacked out version, a heavy metal version of the Seiko Alpinist, but not in a way that the purists might appreciate. I know my friend Aussie Expat already despises the Prospex logo on the dial, so he won't be too amused with these. But I really like that grenet texture, the ingrained pattern on the dial that these two have, both the SPB 335 and the SPB 337, which is the Alpinist. And I do appreciate that they all come with different bands and bracelets that match the mode. The SLA 067 has a canvas strap. The Divers SPB 335 has a black rubber band, and then the Alpinist actually has a bracelet that matches the case and is similarly blacked out, similarly PVD coated. Um, the SLA 067 is the largest one at 41.3, but I think with the round case shape, probably it wears slightly smaller than the SPB 335, which is closer to 40. Sorry, exactly 41. And then the Alpinist scales right under 40 millimeters with its 39.5 millimeter case size. They have preserved the cathedral hands, the Arabic numerals that are laid out in alternating fashion with those triangular index markers, and that grained charcoal gray / black finish on the dial as well. And as it turns out, The SLA 067 has caliber 8L35, and the SPB 335 and 337 have the same caliber in 6R35. Both are pretty respectable self-winding calibers. The 8L35 has a boosted frequency to increase the accuracy and precision, and presumably also to perhaps, you know, I think that caliber has a little better shock absorption capacities as well, whereas the 6R35 beats at 3.5 hertz rather than 4, and has, with the help of that, up to 70 hours of a power reserve, which is great. All are apparently presented in a collector's box, but only the SLA 067 is. Oh, they're all limited. Okay. They're all limited and presented in a limited edition box. The SLA 067 is 600 pieces, and it's priced at 3,100. The SPB 335, which is the Captain Willard / Turtle, the Black Turtle, is 950, and it's produced in 4,500 pieces. And finally, the murdered out version of the Alpinist is $925. That is the SPB 337, and that's made in a limited run of 5,500 pieces. Yeah, I think these have very cool aesthetics. I've never been a big fan of the Alpinist, so I don't quite feel that one, but I really like the SPB 335 and the SLA 067. I think I would have most certainly gotten the SLA 067 if it was under $1,000, just like these. But at that price point, I would probably not go for a watch like that. But hey, it is a limited edition. It has a great provenance. Seiko has been making dive watches since the 60s in so many ways. It's really the third name that comes to mind after you mention Rolex Submariner and Blancpain 50 Fathoms. Maybe you can throw in the Omega Speedmaster there, but for me, when you think of dive watches, Seiko is really the third company that comes to mind. So they have the great heritage. They have that legacy of having produced dive watches since the 60s. And they have a very specific provenance with the 62 mass case shape. And they're combining all of that with a very slick, modern, blacked out look that you can't really find so easily elsewhere, at least not at this level of quality. I do agree with this article's general assessment for the SLA 067, which is a Seiko dive watch that's just served on a fabric strap. It might sound a little excessive. The price tag of $3,100. I wish they at least threw in a matching bracelet or something, but it is what it is. If you like the watch, it is only offered in 600 examples, so you might as well just go all the way in. Jake Brooks, thank you. $9.99, automatically stylish with that color on an accessory, seems to work. Hey, look, here's the thing. they could have gone with any other base color, right? When Nike was collaborating with Tiffany for that Air Force One, they have gone with black because black goes with everything. They want they want those shoes to be, um, they want those shoes to have the mainstream appeal. They also want people to wear those shoes and not only collect them and store them away, stash them away in boxes, right? And black goes with everything. You can wear a black pair of sneakers anywhere and everywhere, and you can also even wear them in a kind of setting that's a little more heightened and maybe not as sporty. I mean, you see how the dress codes are relaxed these days. It would not be my first pair of you know choice if I'm going to a nighttime event, but black is black is black, and black is the new black. I have been joking about the salmon color for the watch dials for the last year, especially in the last few months. They keep coming, right? Every single brand feels like they need to have a salmon dial watch these days to complete their collection. But more recently, I keep saying that black is the new black, and every company comes out with their version of, um, satin finished, dark titanium watches, PVD or DLC coated stainless steel watches, watches that have this sort of blacked out or murdered out look with like a minimal flourish with a slight accent of another color. I think this is just a great watch. Again, you can look at it as a kind of Tiffany blue, but you don't have to, because it does have that sort of um, mint green slash kind of like a toothpaste shade that a lot of luminous material might actually age into on watch dials. So it doesn't feel out of place at all. And since the canvas is black, it somehow fits as well. So I think all three of these are great. Um, I don't want to exclude the version of the Alpinist that they also produced here. I think that's a great looking watch as well, but it's never appealed to me. So it looks, uh, it doesn't move me in any way in the blacked out version either. Pardon me. It doesn't inspire me in any sort of way in this version either. But I think this is just a great trio of watches. I particularly like this, especially because of the price point. The SPB 335 is, after all, priced at 950, and the Alpinist is 925, whereas the SLA 067, the blacked out version of the 62 Mass classic 1965 Seiko diver on the fabric strap in black coating, is actually 3,100, and that's the most exclusive of these limited editions, being only 600 pieces in the limited run. Let me take a quick break and grab some water, grab a little bit of a drink. In the meantime, I would really appreciate it if you could hit the like button if you have not done so already. I have a few more things to talk about, but feel free, please, to also just jump on the panel if you want to join the conversation. If you want to talk about watches, style, or life, feel free to join. I will be right back. I'm back. Thank you, everyone, for being patient, remaining with me. I wanted to talk about the state of the market with a brand that's a little off the radar, but still a brand that has been coming into its own, has been refreshing its lineup, and has found some sort of mainstream recognition. Uh, Finally, a brand that seemed to be hitting its stride before the market started coming undone, and that is Parmigiani Fleurie. As you all know, that they have um, brought Guido Terreni uh, in as their CEO. He used to be president of Bulgari's watch division before. Thank you, Nick Butter. Although I think you should go with Seiko, have you thought about Timex? This classic brand is doing big things like Navi XLs, the price parallels Citizen. Uh, um, we can take a quick turn after I talk a little bit about Parmigiani to Timex for sure. I used to wear a lot of Timex weekenders when I was a teenager. That was most of my collection at the time. I had like a few Timex weekenders on different kinds of, nylon straps or fabric straps. And then I had my Swatch Diver, which was in this obnoxious neon yellow color. It was it was a fantastic collection. I had a lot of time. It's still the same. The watches might change, but the idea remains the same. Um, in the past, Parmigiani had a lot of pieces that reflected the quirky design language of Michel Parmigiani himself, who is, of course, very well respected as an independent watchmaker. He cut his teeth in a way uh, through his collaboration with Daniel Roth in the revival of Breguet under the patronage of the Chomet brothers. And he has been basically working in Fleurier for decades now under the patronage of the Sandoz Family Foundation, which built for him this entire ecosystem um, of horology. That's it's a unique place, Fleurier, between the kind of investment and dedication that Carl Friedrich Schäufele had with Chopard and more recently Ferdinand Berthoud. I think that everything that's happening in Fleurier has been really exciting. More recently, I think there has been a push for Parmigiani to become perhaps a little more streamlined in terms of their offerings, to have a little more of a mainstream appeal, and to trim the fat in a way in their collections. So they have eliminated a lot of different lines, some of which can still be found on the secondary market at um, very reasonable prices. That's actually how I came upon the watch outlet, because they had some great Tonda 1950s. And for example, um, that's a dress watch that they don't make anymore. It was a model that they introduced for Michel Parmigiani's 60th birthday. 1950 is his birth year in 2010. And they just, they were a little, I have to say, maybe a little too forward, a little too aestheticized, a little too unusual for the market, perhaps, and they somehow didn't didn't click. Didn't click. I want to show you an example of this titanium mirror polished titanium example with meteorite dial that's in galvanized blue. It looks just fantastic, if you ask me, on that navy strap as well. There was another one that was right here, the same watch in pink gold, and there are a few better shots here. You can see the micro rotor movement as well on the back. And these are great watches. I think this is still the case, but every detail is pretty well thought out. They have again, Vaucher makes all the Parmigiani Fleurie calibers. Hermes makes the leather straps for them. They have their own case maker. They have their own dial maker. It's an entire ecosystem, and I'm happy to see that they have started getting some mainstream attention. But the reason I wanted to highlight this. Hey, Big Mitch, how are you?
Oh, what's going on, Lord?
Good. The reason I wanted to highlight this is because now that the market started stalling, you can find a lot of their most popular pieces, like the Tonda PF, which is the new flagship watch of the company, rather than the Tonda 1950, for example. It has like a more streamlined version of that case with those sculpted lugs, but with an integrated bracelet look, a finely fluted bezel with a platinum accent and a guilloche dial. At some point, you couldn't get them at retail. Now, on the secondary market, they are under retail. You can say the same thing about various examples of their chronographs, which, again, if you ask me, offer a great value and a fantastic alternative to, for example, the Rolex Daytona that you can't seem to get through the official channels, through retail. And those also, again, you might say they are pretty expensive to begin with. I want to mention that the Tonda PF with the integrated bracelet and the micro rotor movement has a suggested retail price of 21,000 Swiss francs. We just saw it there on Chrono 24 at less than 20,000 in USD. The Chrono has a list price of, again, on the rubber band, 19,400 in Swiss francs, and a little over 20K on the bracelet. And you can find it at 14 on the bracelet in this limited edition version, in fact. Annual calendar, guilloche dial that has a very modern and sporty look. Parmigiani's version of the Alpha hands. I'm showing these both, to give you an example of how great some of these deals are, for sure, how the brand still largely remains undiscovered, but also for you to understand how much the market has actually crashed, how much it has completely disintegrated. There were a lot of brands that were riding on that wave of becoming recognizable for the first time, of stepping into the mainstream spotlight for the first time. Just because everything else was unavailable, their prices had started skyrocketing in the secondary markets. And now we are finally returning to normal, where some great watches that can still be very desirable, that can still be quite aspirational, will be found on the secondary market at a significant discount, at a significant markdown. So this is great for the collector. This is great for the buyer's market. Hopefully it won't hurt the industry. Hopefully it won't break the industry's back. But certainly it offers some exciting developments. I mean, look at this one, for example. Again, very interesting aesthetic, kind of panda with gray subdials rather than black, matching rubber strap matched with a stainless steel case. Again, a beautiful piece. Big dates at 12 o'clock. And again, the watch is an annual calendar, which means that it needs only a single adjustment per year at the end of this month. And the display for the month is integrated into the running seconds at 3 o'clock. It's a unique piece of design. It's a very attractive piece of design. I think it looks great on the integrated bracelets. It looks very sporty and casual and attractive on the rubber band. I want to ask my fellow panelist as well, because he actually tried this piece in person. What did you think? I think it was a precious metal version that you tried on the rubber band, but how does it fit on your wrist? Did you like it? Would you be interested in it at this price range, where it's under 15,000 or maybe 17, 18?
Oh, I don't know actually. It's been so long since I wore this thing. I probably couldn't tell you anymore. I will say this. On the precious metal, it's heavy, and I don't think a rubber strap is appropriate for it. It's just too top heavy, in my opinion. Now, contrary to what the Parmigiani Fleurie rep thought, she thought it was perfectly fine that way and was insulted at the idea that I would compare it to Rolex's Oyster Flex. I will say this: for as large as they are, they're relatively thin. Now, I can't remember this one. I don't know if I tried this one on or not. Um, what is the size of this one? 42 mils? I'm just gonna guess off the top of my
42.
head.
On paper it's
Yeah,
42. Yeah. That's why I wanted to ask you, because you have similar wrist to mine. I liked how it looked. I think on the rubber band it fits better, but I
I'd
still want
agree.
to get another opinion.
Yeah, no, I'd agree. I think just due to the fact that whatever Parmigiani does with their rubber straps, they're kind of already broken in already, or at least that was my experience with it. So they're not like the Oyster Flexes where they're kind of bulgy or bulk out. They're kind of already just they'll kind of just really form with your wrist. Um, that aside, though, I think it's a great watch. I think it's yeah, if you want something different, yeah. Nowadays, would I recommend it? Probably not. The investment value is not there anymore. Your ROI is going to be dog shit on it, and look,
No, no, no.
I'd
Wait,
personally
wait a
stay away from
second.
buying them.
Wait a second. It's how can you say the investment value is not there? The You can buy it cheaper than retail. We are
That's the
not.
point. That's the point. You know, you can't flip it for profit now. You're going to be losing money off of them, so the investment value is not there.
All right. Well, this is not a watch channel for flippers, so that really doesn't matter. I think the value is there now because you can actually go into the secondary markets and find the watch 20-30% or more off, basically. So if you actually liked it and you thought they were scarce, unattainable, too expensive for your liking, there are a few ways where it can actually become reasonable for you to acquire a piece by them for your collection. I love the fact that Basil's entered the conversation um, with his cheese slice as well, because I know for a fact that he has one and he actually loves his, and he got it at an amazing deal um, as well, even cheaper than what the watch outlet is selling it for now. Let me see where they have it. Yeah, I think he has one of these, the Tonda 1950, which is the same case shape basically in the dressier iteration of it. Um, these are fantastic pieces. They do also come with a plain bezel as well. And I think, yeah, I don't want to speak too quickly, but I think Basil's got it in like mid fours rather than 8,500 almost, which is what they're selling it for now. So the discontinued Parmigiani models, whether we are talking about Tonda 1950 or the Toric chronograph, or even the Kalpa Excel, those always have been great deals. But nowadays, even the more contemporary, even the more um, recent models seem to present a decent piece of business on the secondary market, which I think is a welcome change. It also shows how the market stands at this point in time, right? Everything has been dipping significantly up to 50%, really, not the 20% correction that they were talking about earlier. So it's interesting times indeed. Any final words on Parmigiani, Meech?
Look, I mean, there was a time when I thought they were interesting, but nowadays with the values gone off of them, you can't make money off of them. I'd personally, I probably wouldn't look at one. And I'm kind of glad I dodged the
When
bullet.
was the last time you actually? When was the last time actually you made money on a watch, Meech?
Let's take a look here. Actually, I almost bought a BlackBerry Pro today, and I was gonna flip it to a buddy of mine, and that would have been a $1,200 day rate there. But his AD hooked him up with one, and he said, "Well, there's no point in you buying one, because he said I was gonna flip mine to you." So, but yeah, no, it's all about the flip. It's all about the flip.
Nice.
There's no point, we go out there and buy watches from people who really, really want them. We just flip it back to them and make sure they fucking just eat shit on it.
Yeah, it's as you guys can see, absolutely unqualified to give that kind of opinion either. I mean, you're worse than a flipper, Meech, because you want to flip and you want to make money on watches, but you can't even get that right. So
says the guy who's giving away Seikos because he can't sell them.
I'm not a watch salesman, so I wasn't gonna sell them at all. That was never the plan. The first day they came in, they were presented as gifts. So that's going to happen again. Basil says mine was 5K all in, and it was factory sealed in plastic, and the warranty was the day I bought it. You got a good deal, because they still have the same watch on sale in the same condition at the watch outlet, Basil's, and it's, what was it? It's almost 9,000. I think so. Let me bring that back on. Yeah, it's 8,450 before, of course, shipping and tax, etc. So you certainly got a great deal, considering that the list price at these was almost 25,000 at a certain point in time.
So, I got the one with the full bust down, huh? Interesting.
Well, that's not what is called a full bust down, but by all means,
diamonds on it. It's rappers jewelry.
When was the last time Meech said anything specific and correct?
Cheap and nasty rappers jewelry.
Hey, it's all good. It's all good. I think this is a very tasteful piece. I like the Tonda 1950. I would have gone without the bezel, but I think it looks good. It's right under 40 millimeters too. It wears quite well. It's in white gold, not stainless steel either. So proper dress watch for sure. Earlier, Nick Butter had made a generous super chat. Although I think you should go with Seiko, have you thought about Timex? And I was telling him about all the Timex weekenders I used to wear when I was a teenager. But they do have their own diver's watch now that I haven't really thought about, but it's an interesting design. It's a self-winding movement, not quartz like a lot of their line. I know they try to become or stay relevant these days through collaborations as well. They did a few things with Todd Snyder that hadn't really caught me in any way. But yeah, these look cool and very affordable. Except, of course, it is, my only problem with these would be they have the diver's watch aesthetic, but not really the properties and specs that go with a diver watch, since it's only 100 millimeter. But yeah, for sports activity watch, that's more than enough, and that's Seiko 5 as well. That's the price point that we are talking about. So can't say more. Can't say more. Seiko or Timex, Meech? What do you say?
Oh, fuck me, Dad. Shit. I guess. I mean, if you have to pick the lesser of two evils, Seiko, because there's a little bit of flippability chance there. You can always mod the thing too, honestly.
I don't even understand sometimes where these points come from, where the thread of the conversation is. You lose me.
I'm just saying, if you get tired of a Seiko, it's easier to flip out of rather than a Timex.
But why do you flip out of anything? I don't understand. That's never been my mentality. I don't know. Maybe it's hard for me to get it. Yeah. I don't know.
Funny enough though, I did own a Timex once.
Yeah. I still have, I think, a couple of my old weekenders, but those are just quartz pieces, of course. It's, if you really want something that no one will look at twice and that you will certainly not be bothered for, it's a good watch. The Timex Weekender, I think, still is an interesting piece. Where is it?
Yeah, no, I bought my Timex. I couldn't even tell you the model, honestly. I bought it for like $10, 15, I can't remember. And I was gonna use it as my dress watch. I just gave it away, honestly.
And for us old men, Meech, they also have the Easy Reader, as you know. Do you remember these? The ones that
The
are
enlarged.
Indiglo with oversized Arabic numerals, so we can actually read the time in the dark as well, of course.
You know what? Yeah, honestly, I wish more watch companies would start doing that. I mean, I understand it's corny as all hell, but you know what? Some watches do actually need it.
St. Peter has an idea about this same flippability, the new watch dealers reality show. This is although John Reardon might sue us because he has his brand with collectability, so it might get under his skin. I wouldn't want to alienate him. It could also be a watch selling app. Well, you better start developing it, St. Peter.
That actually would be a very interesting idea, like having the odds, if you will, of a watch's flippability.
Yeah, you might want to start working on it. Maybe one day you will be able to flip a watch, Meech. If you try hard enough, maybe you'll even make a profit one day.
Nah, I like to rip people off, especially the small time guys, since they don't know what the hell they're buying.
That's that's why old authorized dealers and your local jewelers like you. It's like Mike the Snake, they screw you and then you screw others on their behalf, right? To get some of your money back.
I don't know. I mean, the way I see it, I've got 8 Rolexes at retail. How many do you have, Lord?
5.
And all out of date too, by the way. Undesirable.
Sure, but they're mine.
I couldn't afford the latest models. It's okay, Lord. It's okay.
Well, maybe if my channel is ever successful, maybe I will upgrade at some point. Maybe I'll have enough money to upgrade, Mitch.
Actually, speaking of undesirables, I did come across an Explorer II. It was actually priced very interesting. They wanted 5.5 for it.
Okay. Black dial, I'm assuming, at that price point.
No, it was actually a white dial, and
Okay.
I seen it on Chrono 24. I don't even know if it's up anymore. But the more I looked at it, the more I realized it was completely fucked. So it was missing, I believe, 2 links. The bracelet was
All
fucked
right.
beyond repair. No box, no papers, so it's probably fake. And it was a private seller too, trying to offload it. So, and it was polished to shit. Honestly, it almost looked like a Breitling bracelet.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if you would it even be worth shelling out 5.5 for something like that? I don't even think it would be.
No, I think, look, if the bracelet was in decent condition, with the wrists you have, I wouldn't worry about the 2 missing links. You can always get them and put them in the box. You will have links removed anyways. If it was
Right.
already wearable, I would say go for it. If you can negotiate it down, talk it down a little more, because again, they might be $500 cheaper tomorrow. They might just trend at that level for a while. They might go a little further down in a couple of months, but getting a decent sports Rolex at around 5K, that's always going to be a decent deal in the long run. If it's a watch that you actually like, a watch that you're going to wear. For the Explorer II Polar Dial 16570, that's always going to be a good deal. But you are saying the bracelet is shot, and I know you are the kind of guy who wouldn't put it on a cheap and nasty leather or NATO strap. So
NATO
that's
maybe, but
not
yeah,
the deal.
no. But
That's not the deal for you, probably.
well, no. I mean, I could get by with the without the two links, if you will. Yeah, you're absolutely right on
Mm.
that. But it's a holes case, and given that there's no box and papers with it, um, that's a huge plus right now. I mean, yeah, that's a huge thing nowadays. I mean, you're crazy buying a watch without box and papers, given the trend of the market here in the last year and a half. I mean, because
It
that's like
really
an easy
depends.
$100.
It really
Well, I mean,
depends. I mean, since you said Hol's case, 21st century Rolex, I would not buy without box and papers. And the closer you come to our day, I would not touch, because of
oh,
all the
absolutely.
because of all the super clones and everything. Not that I can't tell the difference, but people have really lost trust on the secondary market, and you can see how Rolex is pouncing on particularly that situation with their certified pre-owned program, because now they can actually put back into circulation by their own authority, by their own certification, a lot of these watches that are on the secondary market without any box and papers, right? But when it comes to, since you said Hol's case and everything, when it comes to 5-digit Rolex, when it comes to, 90s Rolex, neo vintage, and even vintage, if you actually have the expertise, if you actually have the eye, it really doesn't matter. But it's a niche market anyways, and it's not really the market for a customer like you, because you do want things that are relatively untouched. You want something with a tight bracelet. You want something that has box and papers. The chances of you finding something like that is less than just settling with an example that's great, that's wearable, and that's authentic. And at the end of the day, there will always be a premium for that kind of example you are looking at.
Right.
and you're certainly not going to get those at $5,000. So
No.
it's that conundrum, you know.
Yeah. I mean, even with all that kind of said, though, like I said, the bracelet looked over polished anyway. So the guy only had two photos, and they weren't the greatest. So I'm assuming the
Mm.
case is over polished to hell as well. So, I mean, it's a bit of a tough sell, and maybe that's why he has it at 5. Because I believe most Explorers right now are sitting on average 7.5 too. Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
I would
8.
say that. I would say that 7 to 8, depending on condition, depending on what it comes with, the year, you know, the
Yeah.
dial color.
But funny enough, that one that the Jake Brooks special, the full bust down Explorer was going for 13.5 actually, which I thought was funny. Because the more you look at that watch, the worse it gets.
I think so. I won't even show that, but I want to pull up a halfway decent example um, from Chrono 24, so people at least have a decent idea about what we're looking at. This is actually listed at around 7, still accepting offers, early 90s, damn near a full set. The bracelet looks nice. And of course, it's the older bracelet since this is from 1991, but it's certainly not shot. It's not over polished at all. If anything, it looks like honestly worn, but not shot to bits. And overall, decent condition. Something like this could be an interesting value for the right person. Um, Again, I got mine a while ago, and it it had the box and the papers, none of these other accoutrements, pamphlets and outer box and whatever else. And it was actually an example from right around 2000. So it has the Holz case, but solid end links. It has all that sort of the neo vintage 5-digit aesthetic, but actually super luminova on the dial. So that's always a nice thing to have, especially for someone like me, as you pointed out, Meech, who usually has old, battered, aged out, undesirable Rolexes. It's nice to have a piece in the collection that's a little more utilitarian, a little more wearable with functional lume, rather than the faded tritium or even radium in certain cases in my other watches. So this is a piece that I really like. So I will always advocate for it. I know you're of two hearts, basically of two minds when it comes to these.
Yeah, I think I'm starting to come around to one of these. I don't know what it is. I think it's cheap and jingly jangly build is what amuses me. But yeah, we'll see in due time.
Yeah, look, I mean they're still great value, even at the height of the market. I think they were decent, but nowadays um, they're coming back to reasonable levels again. I think there will be even better deals in a few months, but that's just my prediction, and it's educated guesswork, but guesswork nonetheless. No one can really divine how the market is going to unfold uh, in the next few months and towards the end of the year. My guess is that the bottom has fallen off, and we haven't seen hit rock bottom yet. So I think the prices are continuing to trend down, and they are going to be like that for these kinds of gems for brands that don't have immediate mainstream recognizability, what Mitch called flippability, they will continue to trend down. So if you can be patient, even as you keep an eye on watches that you really want to get, you really want to integrate into your collection, you really want to buy to wear for the next few years at least, I think there will be some great opportunities as the year progresses. So, and we were talking about Parmigiani, which provides value precisely because it's not mainstream, precisely because it's not necessarily desirable or aspirational for everyone. When it comes to Rolex, there's so many different models like these that have always been appreciated by connoisseurs. I mean, Archie Luxury's favorite was a 16570 at a certain point in time. So you can't deny how cool these pieces are. Yeah, JB says, I thought about the 5-digit one with the black dial. Yeah, the black one doesn't stir me as much, honestly. Not that I have anything strongly against it, JB. I just find it too nondescript, to be honest.
I like the idea of the black one, but if you end up not liking it, you are stuck with this thing. They don't seem to flip very easily, and they go for less money than a Polar.
Right, which was not the case when I was in the market for one of these, and when I acquired one of the Polar White dial ones. But things change. I mean, that was also the case when I got the two-tone, when I got my root beer. I remember it was still the case that the black dial two-tone 16753s were actually more valuable compared to the root beer, because the root beer was so undesirable, like you were mentioning earlier. So they were cheaper, and suddenly things change, and things can change yet again. But in this case, I feel like the white dial sports Rolex is still a gem, within their lineup. It's still the oddball, it's still unique, and people have come around. Now every brand has basically a sports watch with a white dial, and they actually are very well liked and appreciated. So I think you're right on this one, that the black one, since it looks basically like any other Rolex professional watch, is a little less unique and less desirable.
I don't see. I don't think it's that. I think it's like I was telling somebody. I'm pretty sure I told you the Polar in the 16570 still looks modern from a distance. If you're not paying attention enough, if you're doing a quick glance, it looks like you're wearing the current version of the Explorer II. Sure, it may look just slightly tweaked and funky, but it does kind of give that illusion that you're wearing a modern watch. As with this one, it clearly doesn't belong in this time and era anymore. And now, if you want something that clearly says, I'm ancient, if you will, I'm from back in the day, this is the watch. But I think it's just the fact that it just aged horribly. I think that's part of the reason why this black one just doesn't sell very well.
Hmm. I don't know. Again, that's not the way I would put it, but I can see what you mean. I always thought that the white one was simply more interesting. Was more unique. It was a little more different. It's I don't know. El profesor.
Hello.
How are you?
Very good.
St. Peter was talking about yellow gold Lange 1. You can find them even cheaper. There you go, 25. Full package. Great piece. It's the older reference that you can see is still built on the JLC gear train. To me, the older generation has more charm, honestly. I don't know if the Keystone or the watch box has the ones with the new movements, which is something to be appreciated. These, I think, since they come from, especially in this case, since it comes from the pre-Richemont era, can be quite interesting. Of course, it's not going to be as rare as that first run, as that first generation that has even the solid case back. But I think there is something important and relevant about Lange before Richemont's acquisition. Not to imply that the quality has gone down significantly or anything, but in terms of collectability, these kinds of things always come into the picture somehow. What do you think, Professor? Do you think it would be wiser to get something more recent and current when it comes to Lange, or something that's pre-2000 if you can find the right deal?
Something has to be said about the initial phase of Lange. Some would argue that this is, the best of the best.
Okay, so you do agree in that case?
I agree. Back then they were producing barely 2,000 pieces, so you can argue that this was amongst the best that they had in terms of quality. Not that it has worsened, but still they went from 2 to 5 plus now.
Yeah, actually,
so I definitely agree.
Yeah, the Keystone also has an example at 25,000. I think the 30,000 example is the one that's newer. No, that's also that's interesting. It looks like exactly the same watch, actually. So let me pull that up. And as it happens, the yellow gold was the material of choice, the metal of choice for none other than Walter Lange himself. So when he had his personal examples made of these watches, it was always in yellow gold. That could be an interesting note to history as well. Yeah, these are nice pieces.
But allow me to say that if I was in the situation, in a kind of a situation of wanting to buy Explorer II,
Okay.
I would be going for the more updated version, unless it's a small wrist and the 39-40 millimeter is a better fit. I would go for the more recent one. Of the last 10, 12 years, the recased model came out in 2011.
I think so, yeah.
2011. So I would go for that only because it's bigger and my gray eyes can see the dial. and it's heftier in that sense. I own the older version, the white one,
Mhm.
and it's more of a challenge seeing the time.
That's a very solid point. I mean, look, at the end of the day, um, of course, it can be important to have, something that's fitting into your collection, that fits your taste. If you mostly have as the core of your collection contemporary Rolexes, that's probably because that's what you prefer, and that's what Meech prefers as well. Except, I think the 42 seems a little too big for him, and that's why he uh, wants to turn back the clock on this particular one and go back to the 5 digit. I don't see him acquiring any other 5 digit piece anytime soon, because it simply doesn't reflect his philosophy, his approach. It doesn't really jive with the rest of his collection either. So I think he would have gone for Explorer 2, except um, the 42 millimeter. What do you think?
Yeah. No. I mean, the 5 digits are not luxury to last. That's for sure. Um, no, look, I mean, jokes aside, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Now no, I don't know if I misheard this or not, but I could have sworn the previous generation, if you will, Explorer 2 before they updated it. What was it, last year? Yeah, last year. Um, I could have sworn someone told me that Explorer 2 was using a Supermax case. So that 42 is actually more of a 43 and a half, which is erroneous. It's I've tried on the newer one. It still looks like a giant dinner plate on my wrist. Yeah, I would love to, and I've had this conversation before. I would have, if I could have pulled off the Explorer 2 in a modern case. There's a good chance I probably wouldn't even have a sub or anything else. I've always
Mm.
liked the Explorer 2 over the entire rest of the Rolex lineup. Um, but that all said, I mean, yeah, situations are what they are. But I do have in my eyes on a Rolex Submariner from
Hmm,
2009 actually, and I'm waiting for that thing to come down a little bit.
hmm.
But it is a yeah, it's a no holds case, and yeah, we'll see what happens. I think I would buy that one just as to beat the
What
hell
is
out
this?
of it,
One
and
six 16610 16610?
yeah, yep, it's a
Okay.
date sub. Yep.
The white, I would say the white, the recent iteration of the Explorer 2, white or black, is, in my opinion, a one and done watch. If you ever, if somebody is looking for completeness, it's a watch that will last you for a long time. I recently wore it just because you guys spoke about it, and you
Mhm.
were, I think you, Lord, you were suggesting that I should have both the old one and the new one. And I went and looked at them. And in fact, I forgot how beautiful the watch is. I prefer the white than the black, but I also really like the black. And it's the most underrated watch. As you were saying about the root beer and all that, it's another underrated watch. And I think it really completes everything one needs.
I
Um,
think the reason I said that was also because your Rolex journey started with 16570
that's right.
with the polar white dial. So I thought, to get either in the black or white dial, the most recent version at this point in time would somehow help things become full circle. That's why
No,
I
no, no.
I said
Very
that.
good. It's a very good point. And in fact, it was the first watch, and I was very happy with it. I, I had bought a few watches later, but I always kept that watch as the only watch that I wore for many years. and only later did I switch, and I went from the Explorer to the GMT black on black
Mhm.
when I received it in when was it? Oh 07, oh 08? Yeah, I think it was oh 07. And then that's it, you know. So it's a beautiful watch, and in fact, I was surprised that I liked more the black one than the white one. But I would still get the white one because it's at least for me, it's visible and it's different than having another black dial. You know, we keep on having black dials, and they
Mhm.
all look kind of the same.
So
Um,
you are saying the legibility is better on the white dial for you? I think so,
uh,
right?
I think so. I think so. In general, the 42 is more legible because it's bigger and you can see the, you know, I suffer now. I'm not only short-sighted, but I have astigmatism, and I need to have glasses to read close
Mhm.
up, right? So if I pull my watch close up, I can see the dial, see the time, but it's not as clear. And of course, with age, you know, you guys will get there where I am, you will see it as well. So either you really fix your eyes or you get a bigger watch. Of course, in our case, because we are watch nuts, we get a watch.
Well, if it's
And
if getting a new watch is, well, if that's a good excuse for getting a new watch, absolutely. And I think, you know, in the white dial, the polar white dial, even in the 5-digit generation where you have a smaller case, smaller dial, it's an extremely legible watch because it has that beautiful contrast with the blackened hands and the index markers as well. I think that was a great detail they caught on because in that transitional reference when they first introduced the white dial in 16550, and in the earlier versions of even 16570, there were no, it was just in 16550. Sorry for my mistake. They had the white gold surrounds, even on the white dial. And that wasn't really great. But when they came up with this, I think they really hit on a winning formula. And I think it makes the white dial even more appealing and original to me. And in this case, you know, as much as I like the red arrow for GMT, I kind of appreciate the orange accents on this one, which is a great nod to the original Explorer 2 1655, which of course was only in black.
yeah, it's it's beautiful. The only addition to this is that you need to wear it, the recent iteration, because the bracelet is wider, and
Mhm.
you really need to have the right wrist to appreciate the heftiness of the watch. I think the proportions are excellent, in my opinion. Um, and the other thing, Lloyd, I will share with you and Meech. Where is it? Did he go? He left us.
Um, yeah, maybe. But he is
Ah,
asking,
okay.
Professor, do you prefer the Speedmaster as well due to legibility? He says.
No, no. But overall, if I only had to choose from the Speedmaster, I would still take the Speedmaster. Between the two, I would take the Explorer. The reason is the indices are quite significant, and so you can see them. The Speedmaster is not bad because you can still see the white and the black. For sure, between the Daytona and the Speedmaster, I would choose the Speedmaster on the basis of legibility, on the basis of, you know, I want to have a watch that appreciates in, you know, in value, whatever, all that garbage talk. I would go for the Daytona. But in terms of legibility, I think Speedmaster is far more legible. I cannot see the Daytona. You know, I just the dials there are too small, and I believe that they're going to be revamping the Daytona. That's my own kind of stupid prediction, Lloyd. But
You mean
they will
already for
announce.
this year? Already
Yes,
for this year, possibly?
yes, they will announce it. They will not do anything on the 70-year anniversary for the sub, but they will do something on the Daytona for sure. For sure on the Daytona. Either they will start with the anniversary precious metal. Here you go, guys, unobtainable, and then they'll go down next year with two-tone, and then steel in 2 or 3 years.
Also, you are predicting a Daytona with a bigger case.
Yeah, they'll go for 41, and I can tell you a few reasons why.
Okay.
Which it's not based on anecdotal evidence, but let me finish on the Explorer and then I will take the Daytona. The other thing about the Explorer, which I particularly I have an affection for, is that it is the same year as my birthday, as my birth year, and so it is a 52-year-old watch, and I'm exactly that. So my date of birth is 1971, and I always said to myself, "Oh, I will buy a watch that, had the same birth year as myself." And the AP Audemars is 76. Nautilus is what, 72, right?
No, the other
I'm
way
getting
around. Royal
the
Oak is
72 and
72.
76. Yeah. And then I went around saying, "Oh, okay, maybe I can go for the Sea Dweller," but then it doesn't match. So this one is in fact exactly spot on, and it's I can even have this affection to the whole concept of the watch.
No,
So yeah,
that's not vain at all. I mean, Björn Borg, the Swedish tennis player, famous champion, he has an affection for the day date because he was born in 1956, and so was the Rolex day date. And Michael Jordan wears the 60th, wait, sorry, 50th anniversary Daytona, the platinum one, and that's a watch that was born at the same year as him as well. So 1963. So it. I think the Explorer II could be, for that reason, a great watch for El Profesor.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely, Lord. No, it matches, price wise, heftiness. It's really a tool watch.
So what's going on with the Daytona you were saying?
So the Daytona, I definitely they will announce something this year. It's the year where I think they will have to manage the Daytona, and they don't want to have too many parallel announcements. I think
Okay.
they will not go ahead in this climate and announce 2 anniversaries. And usually for the Submariner, 70-year it's a 70-year, but it can be 80 as well, right? Nothing that could take us out of a spin. The issue here is that they need to manage the Daytona because the Daytona has received quite a bit of concern about its legibility, dial heftiness, and so forth. Now, this is kind of the personal view. Here is, and it can be anecdotal as well. And here is where I think the evidence is a little bit more telling. Again, it could be that it's just telling evidence, but not real evidence. a lot of the ADs have massively stopped getting steel and two-tone Daytonas. They are getting some heavy pieces, but the heavy pieces have stopped arriving more recently, which is telling me that they are beginning to wind down the production. Similarly, there are two other models that have faced a pattern like this for the last year. And you can say, but you know, Mr. Professor here, maybe you're completely wrong and you're bullshitting us. Two models that have faced a similar production slowdown, significant slowdown, is the Yachtmaster 2 and the Milgauss. The Milgauss has not shown up in authorized dealerships significantly. You know, they get one or two, but they don't get 10. They don't get, 20 every year. They don't get significant amounts. Whereas the Submariner GMT, they get a flow now, especially after the end of COVID. So this is telling me that there's going to be something about the Daytona. And they haven't done anything about the Daytona for quite some time, since 2013 with the anniversary, the Platinum, and so forth. And more recently, I did ask.
Frankly speaking, of course, there are differences between various generations of the Daytona since it has gained a self-winding caliber in 1988. But you can, in a way, if you're suggesting it's going to be an altogether new case, that would probably be the biggest overhaul of the model since 1988. Because, of course, there are cosmetic differences between the Zenith-powered caliber 4030 Daytona and the in-house movement 4130 that was introduced in 2000. But the differences are minimal, and the watches are more or less of the same proportions.
Yeah.
Whereas, of course, those are different from the hand-wound Daytonas that preceded them. And, of course, the ceramic bezels have been introduced as well, but they don't necessarily define the entire line, right? They have, they're most popular, of course, in the stainless steel models, but not every single Daytona has a ceramic bezel. So this would be the biggest change, I think, after 1988. And certainly, again, I'm not trying to minimize, at least from the point of view of the customers with whom this upgrade was immensely popular, the ceramic bezels. I also want to recognize, changing the case is a huge step. I'm not saying that it will be unpopular. Whatever Rolex does somehow finds success. So I'm not contesting that. But it seems like a very radical decision if they change the proportions of the case.
Yeah, it will. They make small changes, as you can imagine. I don't think it will go to 42, 43. No, I think it will be kind of a change like the Submariner. A little bit the case, little bit the dial. Now, I can say that if they have decided towards that, production has moved on. They already, if they are going to announce in about a month the new case, they're already producing the new Daytona, because they don't produce the Daytona in the summer. The new models, they already have about 4 months in advance that they produce in order for them to hit the showrooms by June. Usually it's June that they get the first watch of the April announcement, end of March announcement. I don't have any insights, but all I can say is that this is the two kind of evidence I have. One is the anecdotal, which could be completely garbage, and the other is the production side from the authorized dealer. But they could even go. I know there is a discourse about the case receiving the bezel, the two-tone bezel, the two-tone watches and the all gold watches receiving, you know, the ceramic bezel, which in certain iterations of the Oyster Flex they do get the
Yeah.
ceramic bezel, but
Of course, the platinum has the maroon Cerachrome as well.
yeah, I think from this, what I deduce is that they will announce an anniversary Daytona, which will replace the platinum. Now, will it be in platinum? I don't know. I assume it will, but they will announce an anniversary model.
You sure you didn't want to say platinum?
Ah, platinum. Yes, I forgot. Thank you.
In the official pronunciation of the watches.
In the official, exactly. I think they will announce a platinum anniversary model.
Mm-hmm.
What I don't know is, will it go in the same case or will it go, 0.5 millimeters bigger? And they'll say, oh, it's 41. But then you will look at it and say, oh, but I don't see any change. How can this be significant? And then there'll be a whole debate and noise about, oh, actually they made a small change, but it's evolutionary. It's not revolutionary. You know how Rolex is. Oh,
Look,
I appreciate the changes.
I mean, the funny thing is, I used to get kind of emotionally invested in whatever kind of change that Rolex makes, for the better, for the worse, as little as possible, even sometimes something radical by their standards. But these days, I realize that, whatever it is that they're doing behind the scenes, they must put some thought into it, because whatever change they have made to any of the iconic models almost always worked not only in the favor of creating some hype and intensified interest for their new releases, it has also somehow succeeded in generating added value in the vintage market as well, or in whatever is discontinued. Almost immediately, it sparks some sort of value into what seems to be finally discontinued, left out, and pushed out. With any other brand, those things become almost immediately undesirable, undervalued. With Rolex, whatever gets discontinued gets an immense spike at almost instantly, then settles into a new pricing, which is still quite healthy and remains like that for some years to come. So whatever it is that they are plotting and planning, whatever it is that they're hatching, I'm sure it will raise some eyebrows if it's changing the Daytona proportions, which are, I think, at least in part, an important aspect of the almost universal appeal of the watch. I think ultimately it will not only generate the hype for the new models, it will also turn a renewed interest onto the 5-digit, onto the 6-digit, and everything else that starts being pushed out of the frame.
Yeah, definitely. I completely agree. This is a fact, what you're stating. And I think if this is the case, if they do announce the new Daytona, then next year they'll have to manage. Again, I think the Milgauss either will be discontinued and then they'll settle for a new case, or totally revamp it immediately. I think that it's to be seen what they do. And then the Yachtmaster 2, that's another thing that they need to manage. And finally, they need to manage this discussion about the metals, titanium. Will they bring out this Yachtmaster no date in titanium? They have. I'm not so sure. Will they announce a new titanium model? I don't know. I mean, the Milgauss is, we have been saying for how long? I think 3 years now, right? I've been hearing people saying, oh, it's going to be discontinued. And they did the classic thing. They never discontinued it, but they revamped the case for the Air King.
Right.
And they could go that way, or they could just out of the blue kill it and discontinue it totally and bring it back in 5 or 10 years. They have the luxury of doing this. I have no clue. No, but what you're saying is very valid, because now they're going to continue with the hype. They want to steer the hype into the Daytona. The opportune moment is now for the anniversary. And they need to manage then what they do with the GMT, because the GMT is overly, the case needs to be kind of revamped. It will be the only iteration that has a 40 millimeter case, and that will also go for a revamp maybe next year, maybe the year after. Everybody talks about, oh, they have to bring a Coke. They don't have to bring a Coke. And if they do bring a Coke, they'll have to manage what they do with, they don't want to have too many lines that provide a lot of attention to the market, right? They want to have it focused on 2 or 3, not on 5 models of the same case and the same iteration. And they need to then move on and manage the rest of the lines. Yeah, that's so between the two, Submariner, Daytona, my bet is that they will manage the Daytona this year, and they'll wait for the Submariner, because they already made too many improvements. They went to the 41. Some of the people said, "Oh, it's too big. The bracelet is too wide. It's not nice." I actually prefer it, but that's me. Who cares? Rolex doesn't listen to me. And I think what's waiting now is the Daytona to give a new kind of push, a new kind of noise. Everybody will, start getting on those cues to get the Daytona. They will not get anything, of course, and that will create the noise, I think.
Yeah,
which
well,
is a constant. Yeah.
I think that's an interesting scenario. Again, I don't have any insider information. I don't have any particular insight into the workings of the company. Honestly,
No, believe you me. Yeah. I agree. I agree
between
with you.
between the 60th anniversary and the 70th anniversary, your guess is as good as mine as to what they will end up privileging. For me, I feel actually the opposite. Again, I'm just describing my feeling, my reading.
Could be.
I feel that, you have corrected me on this, that the Submariner still sells more than the GMT Master. On the other hand, it's also undeniable that Daytona and GMT Master have more hype around them, more interest and more mainstream excitement around them than the Submariner. And if I'm Rolex, and I have a dive watch that was for a very long time the icon of the brand, especially in terms of the professional range. And it's a watch that shares its birthday with an immediate competitor who has probably a better historical claim for being the first modern dive watch. And I'm talking about the Blancpain 50 Fathoms.
Yeah.
I know Rolex usually doesn't, uh, you know, Rolex gets Rolex is usually in the heads of its competitors, not the other way around. But I also feel like in a year where Swatch is already so active with the 50 Fathoms, um, I have the feeling that they are not going to pass up the opportunity to do something with the Submariner. So it gets that extra bump again, because God knows that the Daytona doesn't need a bump. Even with the markets having suffered in the way it did um, for the last year now, the Daytona is still, unless you're asking for the two-tone, it's still mostly unobtainable through official channels, through authorized retailers, through the dealers. So I'm not sure if it needs a boost.
Yeah, I take your point. I understand logic. Lord dictates that your argument is the rational argument, and it dictates that they need to push the Submariner more, given that all the other models have this hypeness. The GMT is super hyped. Um, Daytona is, forget it. Better go and visit God. And all the other stuff is still, there. But these two models are overhyped. The Sub, despite the green iteration, it's not at the same level as a GMT. You see it in the secondary market, gray market, and so forth. And logic dictates that they need to push that. But there is something fundamental, I think, that has happened, a structural change, which is that the GMT is really a functional watch. And it seems that they have done a self-inflicted wound. It's
What do you
very
mean by that?
popular. I mean that it's so popular because it is a functional watch. It is at the end a GMT function, and the Submariner has moved on, being a dial with the date, but it doesn't have a function. And people, when you listen to people, they say, well, no, it's a functional watch, the GMT. You can use it if you travel, all these things. Plus, you can take it to water. And you never heard these arguments 10 years ago, 15 years ago. So I think that something has happened to the market a little bit, that is discussion about functionality. Unfortunately, the Explorer hasn't had the same success. And I think it has to do with the hypeness. Yeah.
I think it's both. You have touched on both of the points. One was that something happened with the market and people are looking for this particular utility, this additional function, but there's a little bit of a hype as well. So let me put it this way. On the one hand, of course, the dive watch has a rotational bezel that can be used for timing events, so kind of like a chronographic function, but really something that was invented to as a dive timer, but nowadays can be used to cook an egg or to make some rice, to make sure that you don't forget to feed quarters or more money to the parkometer, so on and so forth. Whereas the GMT has the added function of that 24-hour hand that allows you to track the time in an additional time zone. And using the bezel, you can even make certain calculations and get the third time zone as well, which is wonderful, especially when you have a real so-called flyer GMT, like the GMT Master. So it is a very functional watch. But there are two reasons why it has caught on, I think. One, I remember the early days of the mainstream internet communities that broke off with platforms and forums like the Purist Pro, which really lived up to its name and was a very highbrow environment, and in a way very elitist as well. But once the internet watch community kind of gained its autonomy from an older generation of collectors, I say respectfully, the dive watch took off, right? People were crazy about the Seikos, and so was I. People were crazy about the classics, such as the Rolex Submariner, Blancpain 50 Fathoms, and Omega Seamaster, both for the recent models, but also for the classics, especially the classics with some sort of military provenance, like the 50 Fathoms Bundeswehr, for example, or the Rolex and Omega Seamaster watches that were actually mil spec and military issued, you know, with those broadsword hands and the circle T on the dial. Those were all the craze. And as you know better than I do, Professor, it's all about the swing of the pendulum. So once things swung all the way for the dive watch, and you had this craze about both collectible, uh, vintage, and contemporary luxury pieces in that category, as well as affordable pieces like the Seiko, and a lot of the micro brands, a lot of the Kickstarter brands also started off with offering dive watches. Once that beast is completely fed and saturated, they started hyping up the GMT function, right? Especially with the way we are emerging out of the pandemic. There's a constant rhetoric about, like, you know, we're all desperate to get out there again and travel. And what better watch to get than a watch with a GMT function where you can track both local time and home time? And, you know, in today's globalized world, there is almost an objective value to the watch, anyways, even if you're not traveling, right? Because we all have at least that one person, sometimes a family member, sometimes a loved one, sometimes a friend, acquaintance, business associate, or that event that is in another part of the world. So it's immediately useful. Yes, it's a very utilitarian function that I appreciate, but it has a lot to do with the hype that the media generates to make people buy yet another watch, because everyone has a dive watch already. So we need to sell them something else.
That's right. I agree with your analysis. Yes. Also, I think it's the sheer aesthetics of the GMT.
Mm.
It is a more beautiful watch. The other one is, black. I would prefer the no date than the date when it comes to the sub, but it's
Yeah.
black or green. Whereas this one with the GMT, you get the blue iteration and the black. You get the older one, which is the black on black. You get the red and blue. You have three iterations, or at least two, and then you get the Jubilee versus the Oyster. You have more offerings, whereas the sub, you're stuck, black on black or green on black.
Yeah, I mean, as what was it that Henry Ford said? You can get any car you want as long as it's in black. That's the Submariner. You can get all of it that you want, but it has to be black, basically, especially in this current configuration, right? You can get a green bezel, but the dial still is gonna be black. Well, I do want to, affirm something that you said. Hi, Bruce G. Thank you for being here. Um, it's not a coincidence that the hype around the GMT Master started when they introduced the so-called Batman, right? When they finally succeeded in creating a bicolor bezel and reviving the GMT Master in that um, iconic and colorful uh, combination. And things went completely out of control when the Pepsi finally appeared in stainless steel as well, which was, of course, something that Rolex introduced relatively early on, not too long after the Batman in white gold. So yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a more colorful watch. It has a more fun or joyful demeanor or connotation, and people love that about the Rolex GMT Master for sure.
And they have the choice of bracelet. I mean, that is really quite nice. I have to
Mm.
say that the Jubilee for me is quite nice. If I were to choose between the two, I know people say, "Oh, it's the Pepsi." I think a lot of them get influenced because it's the hypeness. Oh, it's an investment. Oh my God, I'll get $1,000 more if I sell it or two versus the BLR
NR.
NR. Um, but you have offerings. You can choose. Whereas the sub, you're
Mhm.
stuck. I think they have a problem. Rolex has to address this issue. Whether they do it this year or they do it next year, I'm not sure. But the market has shifted, has gone from the appetites have changed, and I think they helped in creating this hypeness with the watch. I don't really think that they will go for a sub that has a Jubilee, but
No.
I will not be surprised if they announce, a Jubilee Submariner.
Look, I mean, it's not. Of course, it's not. Uh, it wouldn't be completely unexpected, except I think Rolex is also, at least more recently, has been really invested in creating, discernible differences, very specific kinds of distinctions between their product lines. So for them to introduce a stainless steel Rolex Submariner that has a glitzy bracelet, which the Jubilee almost by definition um, is yeah, it's not out of the realm of possibility, but it's not the first thing that comes to mind. Of course, they can choose to have it in all brushed configuration as the Oyster bracelet still is in a stainless steel Submariner. But would that be even worth considering as a cosmetic change? I wonder. I mean, it's still significantly different. Don't take me wrong, but I feel like if they introduce something like a Jubilee for a stainless steel sub, they would. I feel like they would have polished center links and everything. No.
Yes, yes. Um, I mean, the other thing is, I just, I don't know. I don't know. It could be something that they will need to, the Jubilee is introduced now in professional pieces. So the only one that hasn't seen it is this iteration
Yeah.
in the Submariner. The other thing is they could test the waters and see the root beer in the
Right.
GMT, how it goes on a Jubilee. And I think that is more predictable, in my opinion. something that they want to test the market, because they have done it successfully with all the other iterations. And also, we could see a full gold Jubilee bracelet, in addition to what we have, which is the gold for all the professional pieces that have the oyster case. I think now there is enough data points to move into that category as well, and that will be enough change for them. That could be enough. In my opinion, the root beer will be even more appealing if they introduce the Jubilee, because it is a more beautiful watch with a Jubilee two-tone than this one. Not to say that it's not, but I think the dial, you and I think we are in that same wavelength, that we are more purists. This is not the root beer I associate. I would have preferred they change the dial and make it into a true root beer rather than what they have now.
Of course. I think, look, I mean, I'll say a few things. To me, before they came up with this particular two-tone version of the GMT Master 2, the modern root beer was the two-tone Yachtmaster. Let me show you why I think that, because of this. Right? To me, with the chocolate brown dial and the two-tone bracelet, I thought this was the closest within the contemporary lineup that came close to
Absolutely.
that
Absolutely
approximated.
right. Yeah.
That approximated that. But they did. Rolex is, again, usually smarter than we assume or presume. They had the two options for the two-tone Yachtmaster: either the black dial, of which of course had the red writing, which is something distinctive and very desirable and cool about the Yachtmaster. And they also had the chocolate brown dial, which was the closest the moderns got to that iconic root beer dial. Now, my guess is that they realized that that was a little too polarizing, right? To have a two-tone watch with also a distinctive dial color that somewhat picks up the shades of that accentual metal, which was in this case too pink gold, the Everose, which they brought to the GMT Master range. And I think they realized that a chocolate brown dial would be too polarizing, especially as the single option. So they went with a black dial. But I do believe, again, that something like this with a chocolate brown dial and on a Jubilee bracelet would simply look better.
Stunning.
But
Yeah.
I would have to say, that is my personal opinion. I would say it would look more eye-catching.
Yes.
And it would be a stronger statement, which it inevitably is. I mean, no matter, they can come into fashion, they can fall out of fashion. Two-tone watches in certain contexts are even bigger statements than solid gold watches, because it conveys this sort of flashiness. It conveys this sort of aspirational attitude, whereas the full gold or full precious metal platinum, that's a little more secure. That's much more settled. That's someone who thinks of himself as a heavyweight or thinks of herself as a heavyweight, but is also comfortable in their own skin, right? Whereas the two-tone is always a little more brash, a little more flashy, a little more of a show off. And I'm saying this as someone who has been wearing the 5-digit root beer with the nipple dial for quite some time now. So not as a diss or a dig for people who wear two-tone watches, but I think the Jubilee bracelet and a chocolate brown dial is more appropriate to the spirit of this watch.
Yeah, although the Eberose on this iteration is more subtle than the yellow gold. So if I was to choose, Lord, between this and the bluesy, I would choose this if I want to be more subtle. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no worries. No worries.
I would choose the two-tone root beer, or the root beer rather than the bluesy if I want to be more subtle. If I want to be less subtle, I think the blue one is a beautiful watch. It will always remain a classic. It will always be there. If I don't give a penny about what people think of me, I would go for the bluesy. In fact, I would just go for the entire gold thing and wear it and be happy.
Yeah, the bluesy is a cool watch. Again, Rolex has a few two-tone icons really, but the two that really step forward are the bluesy, which is the two-tone Submariner with a blue dial, or the root beer, which is the two-tone GMT Master with the brown root beer dial. And I think they would look great next to each other in the same lineup once again. I do want to show an example to the audience. We know what we're talking about, but not everyone necessarily knows. So I want to bring up. Yeah, this is cool.
Yeah, you're right, Lloyd. If they do produce this one, it will conflict with the Yachtmaster dial. So, yeah, I think it was another conscious decision they made to keep it as is.
Yeah, I mean, again, I was thinking it more in the sense that maybe the chocolate dial, the brown dial Yachtmaster was simply not selling that well compared to the black dial. So they went with something that would be an easier decision, more of a bestseller than something that would be segmenting, that would be divisive. Because trust me, now we are complaining about, like, why isn't there a GMT Master with the brown dial? That was supposed to be the root beer. But then again, I'm sure if it were a brown dial, people would ask for a two-tone GMT Master that's more conservative. I'm almost sure of it, in fact. So it's a catch-22. They can't please everyone. And in a way, again, like you implied with the Yachtmaster comparison too, there's a reason they eliminated the yellow gold GMT Masters.
Yeah.
There's a reason why among sports watches, at least for the time being, we don't have a full 18 karat yellow gold GMT Master anymore. We do have a Submariner like that. We do have a Daytona like that, but we don't have a GMT Master like that. There's a reason for that.
Yeah, I think that as you said, there is yeah, they don't want to conflict. I think the issue is one model against the other, but they couldn't predict. I think this is where the market has outsmarted them in the way that the Submariner is a very popular watch. I mean, it's still produced more than the GMT. And the demand for the Submariner is great, but I think for the GMT it's greater. They sell more Submariners than GMTs, but at the end of the day, there is a structural shift. There is something. I mean, this watch, for instance, is sold more to women than men. Like the Daytona nowadays, the precious metal is sought after by women more than men. It is a women's watch, the Daytona in full gold. Again, it's an issue of preference. They never wanted that to be. It wasn't, part of their thinking. But what has happened over the last 15 years is that people have become bigger, or, I would say 30 years, but they have become bigger. Their tastes have changed. We have become oversized, supersized. The entire watch industry has moved. And appetites have changed, tastes,
I want to. Yasha always has very informed and incisive questions, but I'll continue to disagree with this, and I will try to explain what I mean. I humbly disagree, he says, about the comment I made about bluesy and root beer being the most iconic. And again, I didn't say best selling. I said the most iconic two-tone pieces. Yasha says the first two-tone by popularity is the Datejust. I believe it's probably the most produced, sold Rolex watch by far. I think if you look to today's lineup, and the professor might give you a different number or different take, but I think the ladies' Datejust 26, by sheer numbers, is still the best-selling Rolex watch, isn't it?
Yes. Both
So,
the 26 and the 31 now.
Okay.
Now they're selling more 31 than 26. True. Very true.
So if we are to go by sales numbers, I would say the most popular watch is a ladies' Datejust, but that's not what I meant, Yasha. And I know, you have a very valid point. I think if you go into the history, especially with the popularity that the two-tone Datejust had, I agree. That's a very strong watch. That's still a very popular watch.
True.
But I think, in our collector's consciousness, the Rolex professional models have a different place. And I think within that place, that's head-to-head comparison, that head-to-head couple, the antagonistic couple of the Submariner and the GMT Master in two-tone is a little more iconic. I admit it. The whole word is overused. I myself use it too often, this adjective, iconic, and it's altogether too subjective as well. I admit that, but I did not mean it by sheer sales numbers, although your point is well taken.
Yeah, the other thing, Lord, is that over the last, I would say, 7 years, we really have seen a shift in appetite. And I think the push now is to really change that even more and go for the very heavy pieces. I sense this when I meet authorized dealers. They're pushing for a lot of these expensive, very expensive watches, and the professional line is helping do that because they're becoming very unobtainable. And I think this is different than what we saw in the pre 2015 13 era, where things were, as Yasha said, back in the 80s and 90s, no doubt the Datejust two-tone was the classic. It was the quite essential. I think it wasn't even the Submariner. I think that, well, it's difficult to say. Between the two, it was really the quite essential Rolex, either the two-tone Datejust or women men watch, right? And the Submariner. The Submariner was like, if you want to be a, if you were the tough guy, the sporty guy, you go for the sub. If you were the businessman, accomplished, wealthy individual, or if you didn't have money and you wanted to pretend you were wealthy, you would go for the Datejust two-tone. These are the two. Now things have changed completely. You know, men don't wear as much the Datejust. They go straight for the professional line. Of course, they get a fat no and they push them into another direction. But things have changed quite a bit. And we always tend to forget, as you say, the element of the female buyer. Female buyer, the older ladies go for the exactly this model you showed, the 26, 31, right? Or even the 36 and 40. But the new lady goes for the professional piece. And that's something that is new. We haven't seen this before. So I don't know. That's I could be very wrong, of course.
No, of course. At the end of the day, we are just offering opinions. You know, we don't necessarily have all the numbers in front of us. But yeah, there's something of about the Datejust that always appeals to me, but I think it also has to do with the increasing awareness and a certain broad-mindedness even of the collector these days, because these sorts of prestige dress watches have really bloomed beyond the Patek Calatrava and the Rolex Datejust and Day-Date in the last 2-3 decades. So nowadays the collector, the serious collector, I'm not talking about just the average person who wants to buy a very special precious metal occasional watch, but the collector who has some sort of familiarity with watches today, with some of the prestige brands that even go beyond the usual suspects of the big four, Patek Philippe, Audemars Piguet, Vacheron Constantin, and Rolex, they might as well go for a Lange one rather than a Rolex Day-Date on a President bracelet, right? So it has kind of changed. Or they might even go with a time-only watch from an independent. They might as well go with Platinum Chronomètre Souverain by F.P. Jean. They might as well. If they can get their hands on it. Again, the same kinds of problems might persist on some of the examples here, but the idea remains that nowadays it's not a no-brainer to go to a Datejust, a two-tone Datejust, or a Rolex Day-Date when you want that special top-of-the-line precious metal watch. The world has changed. Like you said, the tastes have shifted. It's a little different now. I didn't get at once when they were first introduced, I wasn't too hot on the fluted motif dials, but with every passing day, I kind of get it. I kind of get it, especially since I saw it in person a couple of weeks ago. They look really nice. I think they had it in blue too, at least for the steel. Yeah. I think that's a very cool idea. Again, something that has become over the years, from an aspect of the watch that was utilitarian, because you can still see on the case backs of Rolex watches the finer, more practical version of this sort of fluting to match, of course, the teeth of the case opening tool. The fluting was, at the very beginning, an aspect of the water tightness, the waterproofness of the watch. And later on, of course, on the bezel, this more jewelry-like application of the fluting became something purely decorative and some part of the visual language, part of the presentation of a Rolex watch. And I like the fact that they started using it not only on the dials as a motif, pardon me, but also increasingly in terms of the decoration of their boutiques as well. I see it on the walls of Rolex boutiques and authorized dealers too.
Lord, I would graciously apologize. If you don't mind, I will have to run for an errand.
No worries, no worries, Professor. I have maybe at most 20 more minutes, so I'll be just waiting mostly for questions. And
It is a beautiful watch, by the way, and either the blue or the green dial. I prefer the blue. Beautiful,
mm,
beautiful.
yeah, they have this. They have this in gold. They have this in green, and they have it in slate as well, I think.
Yeah, yeah, beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you, Professor. Thanks for.
Th- thank you very much. I apologize for exiting
No
once
worries.
again a little bit early, and I didn't stay with you
No worries,
for the
Professor.
duration of your program.
That's okay. That's okay.
Thank you very much,
I'm
and greetings to your viewers. Greetings to your
thank
viewers. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I'm grateful that you dropped by in the first
No,
place.
I'm.
Thanks for
Thank you
being.
very much for having me. Thank you. You're great, and please continue the wonderful work you do. I'm here to support you all the time.
Thank you, Professor. I
Thank you,
appreciate
sir.
it.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Yes, that was the famous Professor. The fluted dial in slate is a looker. The I'm trying to remember. I have seen it. I have seen it in green. I have seen it in blue. I have seen it in gold. I'm pretty sure it exists in slate as well. But yeah, I will. It might take too much time to find it on the website, but I'll try, because sometimes these choices are a little weird, to be honest. Let me see. I kind of like the palm motif as well. Yeah. I think the Datejust is still, relatively underrated, but it is also kind of expensive, so I don't blame people for going elsewhere. I don't blame people for looking elsewhere within the Rolex catalog. But there's just so many different dial options, so many cool configurations, between uh, the two-tone in all in steel, steel with the white gold fluted bezel, the two-tone with pink gold accents rather than yellow gold. Again, the unique dials, from palm motif, fluted motif, the so-called Wimbledon. And of course the classic stuff. If you're into gem setting, there's always the diamond set options of a lot of these ones that we counted. There's something a little more feminine in the mother of pearl versions. There's like the gem set quarters in some of the Roman numeral iterations as well. Yeah, the OP has kind of stolen Datejust's thunder in a way. Now, at that price point, at that entry level, the Oyster Perpetual is much more popular, and it's also much harder to attain, which unfortunately does not turn away people. In fact, it encourages them to go after it with increasing persistence, with even more hype. I mean, scarcity marketing is a thing, and it has been, I think, very bad news that it caught on in such a way in the market for watches as well. But it is what it is. You sometimes have to learn to live with the new normal, and that has become our new normal in this particular sphere, that um, there are simply certain larger trends in the markets and certain kinds of aspirations on the part of a lot of new collectors who have come in to the scene that bend the markets, bend the strategies of the big brands, both in terms of the marketing and in terms of the production, in certain ways. And as collectors, we have to find our way to understand it and to work with it. Thank you, Bruce G, by the way, for updating me. So 41 in two-tone with the rose gold has the slate dial option that you're talking about. Yes. Yeah, that's actually a killer combination. I would never expect that I would go after a two-tone Datejust, much less two-tone in steel and pink gold, but this kind of works. Mm. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Because if you go to the steel, full steel, it turns it to the green fluted motif. Same thing with the oyster steel and white gold. Actually, that could be in and of itself an interesting spread, right? Green, smooth bezel on the oyster bracelet. Fluted bezel, jubilee, and blue. Or no, no, no. I would do it like this. Okay. Blue fluted motif, smooth bezel on the oyster bracelet. That's 8,050. Green with the fluted white gold bezel on the jubilee. That's 10,500. In two-tone, yellow gold fluted bezel, and champagne or golden fluted motif. That's the two-tone, 14,350. And then 14,750 for the two-tone execution with pink gold accents and the slate fluted motif dial. That's a nice spread of models. This is it. The two-tone with pink gold accents and 18 karat pink gold fluted dial, fluted bezel with fluted motif in slate on the dial. That's 14,750. The two-tone with golden fluted motif dial and yellow gold accents, including the 18 karat yellow gold bezel. That is 14,350. Both on the Jubilee bracelet. Stainless steel on the Jubilee bracelet with the green fluted motif dial and an 18 karat white gold fluted bezel. That's 10,500. And then And then for 8,050, you have the Datejust 41 all in steel with the smooth bezel and the blue fluted motif dial. All of these were 41 millimeter case size Datejusts. A very interesting spread. No, not necessary, Nick Butter. I mean, you're always welcome. You know, whatever watches you have, whatever watches you want to talk about, you should always feel free to join in. I have only about 10 minutes left and I'm feeling a little tired, so probably would not be the best time now, but I hope you can already join tomorrow or sometime next week. You know, as I mentioned, guys, the first and last super chats today, and this is something that will continue, of course, until Tuesday. The first and last super chat is getting entered into the raffle for the watch giveaway, Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers 2022 collaboration with the lime green dial. If you want to read up on the guidelines, and if you actually want to check out the list of entrants with the numbers as well, you can simply go to the community page where I have posted this information. As you can see, that's the orange dial version, which has been already with its new owner. That was the price for January, and the price for February is actually the lime green dial. And this giveaway will continue, of course. And I'm gonna try and see what I will do for next month. We might just continue with this particular method. I think this has been good for the channel, and it's a good way to give back to the community here. But if you guys have any interesting ideas, any particular ways of thinking about the giveaway for March, I would happily consider it. But we basically have, you know, 2 more live streams left after this. So this is one of your last chances of getting in on the action. And this is the list of entries so far. Of course, some people have multiple numbers since they have hit that first or last super chat in multiple live streams. And the drawing will be made hopefully in the first week of March, possibly already on Wednesday. I will try my best. And as you guys know, as it has happened for the January giveaway, the number will be drawn with the Google random number generator. So live in front of you, so we don't have we have full transparency. And in either case, I also want to thank everyone who came in when I was marking the first year anniversary of the channel. That was on, you know, on a Friday, on February 10. And I really appreciated the fact that you all came in and you all contributed, and we managed to raise some funds to send to Syria and Turkey through UNICEF. I really appreciate you for that. It was very touching, and I'm glad I could do something more useful and more meaningful than simply marking the first anniversary of the channel. And for that reason, I've also entered on that day every single contribution, every single super chat as a separate number in the raffle. And that was something I had announced at the time as well, but I wanted to repeat it. So these are the entries for the month, and the winner will be selected and announced on a live stream in the first week of March. So now that we have only about 4 minutes left, unless you have a last gasp question, an issue you wanted to raise, or something that you want to say in the super chats, I will note the last super chat, which is Nick Butter. So at least for now, it's Nick Butter, unless one more person jumps in the last minute to grab number 52. It's already past midnight, so with all due respect, I'm fading. And it's probably a great time to end the live stream now. I was so happy that the professor dropped in. Please hit the like button if you liked the professor's contributions and his predictions for the upcoming Watches and Wonders, where Rolex will present their new models. As you know, late March and April is a particularly busy season for the horological markets, for the new releases, even though times have changed a little bit and a lot of brands have this year-round rollout for their new releases, this year-round schedule for their announcements. Late March and first week of April is still very big. Trust that the Swatch Group and Omega in particular will probably have an announcement in the next couple of weeks, in the next few weeks. Trust that all the brands will have something to say when it comes to Watches and Wonders, which takes place in Geneva as one big trade show now. Watches and Wonders used to be a relatively smaller and Richemont led affair, but it has now grown to include almost every single brand. Of course, that's never the case, but they have nearly 50 brands under their umbrella this year. And I want to also see if we can very quickly take a look at which brands we have. So there we go. It's Alan Gonzone, Alpina, Angelus, Arnold and Son, Baume et Mercier, Beauregard, Bell and Ross, Cartier, Chanel, Charles Zuber, Chariol, Chopard, Chrono Suisse, Cyrus Genève, Chapek et compagnie, Ferdinand Berthoud, Frédéric Constant, Grand Seiko, Grönefeld, Haute-Lance, Hermès, Hublot, Hachek, IWC Schaffhausen, G.G. Lecoutre, Laurent Ferrier, Louis Moinet, Montblanc, Oris, Panerai, Parmigiani Fleurie, Patek Philippe, Pékinier, Piaget, Rebellion Timepieces, Renaissance, Roger Dubuis, Rolex, Rudy Silva, Speak Marin, Tag Heuer, Trilobe, Tudor, U-Boat, Ulysse Nardin, Vacheron Constantin, Van Cleef Arpels, and Zenith. As you can see, you have the entire Richemont family of brands representing. You have Rolex and Patek Philippe. You also have some independents. You have the LVMH presenting pretty strongly, except Bulgari, and of course Chaumet as well. But Zenith and Tag Heuer is there, and Louis Vuitton isn't, of course, and Daniel Roth, I guess, has not yet made it to this platform. No sight of Audemars Piguet in an interesting way. There are a few emergent independents like Chapek, like Grönefeld, like Ferdinand Berthoud, which is basically part of the same company as Chopard, since both are led by Carl Friedrich Schäufele. Grand Seiko is there. Haute-Lance is owned by the same family as Moser and Company, so the Milan family. Hermès is there again. They're kind of their own thing. Parmigiani Fleurie is going to be there. Panerai, of course, as a Lange company is there. Roger as a Richemont company, I meant, is there. Roger Dubuis is a Richemont company as well. And so is Piaget, so is Cartier, so is Van Cleef Arpels, so is Vacheron Constantin, so is G.G. Lecoutre, so is IWC Schaffhausen. So it's still a family affair. Chanel is there. I would be interested in seeing if they will introduce anything else. Arnold and Son is always fascinating. Baume & Mercier is probably the least high horology brand that Richemont owns compared to everything else, but they might have something up their sleeve as well. So it's going to be really interesting in either case. Yeah, Louis Vuitton is making the moves now, since they have had all these different watch companies under their control. Of course, Zenith and Tag Heuer we already mentioned, but they also spent the last decade putting Bulgari on the map as a watchmaker, whereas they were mostly known as a jeweler before, and much less, if not at all, as a men's watchmaker specifically. And Bulgari in year 2000, so long before they were acquired by LVMH, by Louis Vuitton, Moët Hennessy. They had themselves acquired from the Hourglass, which, as you know, is like a premier watch dealer that operates in East Asia and Oceania. I think they were initially based in Singapore. Bulgari acquired from the Hourglass the names of Gerard Janta and Daniel Roth. So Gerard Janta is still in a way integrated to Bulgari, and every year they keep releasing these days a watch, usually the so-called Mickey Mouse watch, under that name. Whereas Daniel Roth, it seems, is now shifted to Louis Vuitton's body. So Louis Vuitton makes their own watches, especially the Tambour line, which is a unique case shape, has been canvas to some interesting pieces. The chronograph is always interesting. It has the base of Zenit El Primero movement. The so-called street diver has won a couple of awards in the GPHG. Again, none of this is really my taste, but they have been doing things. They have been making moves. So I do want to turn your attention to that, Nick Butter, since you mentioned that you weren't aware. And already more than a decade ago, by the way, Louis Vuitton itself bought this basically boutique specialist in complications called La Fabrique du Temps. And they have basically started building their own manufacture around this prestigious company that had previously built complications for brands ranging from Hublot to Jacob & Co. to Spieg Marin to Ralph Lauren to Laurent Ferrier and so many others. And this is a portion, this is a faction within Louis Vuitton's manufacture now, which is based, if I'm not mistaken, in La Chaux-de-Fonds. And it is an arm of their watchmaking that is led by Michel Navas and Enrico Barbazini. And those are the two people who are going to lead from within Louis Vuitton, from within La Fabrique du Temps, the revival of Daniel Roth watches. So it's going to be interesting. I'm sure it will be mostly a cash grab, knowing the kind of approach that they had so far. But yeah. Boston, I was just about to jump off, but thank you for dropping by. I am stuck in the US for the time being, so unfortunately, I'm not making it to Geneva for Watches and Wonders. I wish. If someone makes arrangements for me, and pays for it, by all means. I don't have it in my budget. I have to stay here and work on picking up some momentum for my channel. All right. It's been a wonderful 4 hours. Please hit the like button on the way out. I've been live for 4 hours and 10 minutes. I'm very grateful that the professor dropped by to share some of his knowledge and some of his predictions for Rolex. Meech was there. Thank you also, Meech, for being here. Thank you, everyone, for your presence and support from within the chat. It's been very helpful and very encouraging. I want to thank Ali Reza, Mike David, Jake Brooks, and Nick Butter for the super chats, especially. That really helps. It really counts. Trust me, for a small channel like me, that's the lifeblood, right? You know how to support the channel. The super chats are the most immediate and quickest way. And it does boost the channel in a certain way because it goes through Google, and they like making money off the content we generate. So it's a two-way street. But if you want to contribute directly, the links are there in the video description. They're also pinned there in the chat. So feel free to drop something on PayPal or Cash App. If you join on Patreon, again, these are the last 2 days where my services are offered at only $10 a month. And you will secure that rate until the end of the year. I send curated and focused links to 3 different watch deals on a daily basis. I will be expanding these services starting in March by adding exclusive video content to these links, so I can amplify the educational and informative value of it. So get in there while you can, because starting March 1st, there will be a different rate for people who join later. This is your chance. You have today, which is Monday, and tomorrow, Tuesday, to sign up before the prices are increased. So thank you for staying here. Hit the like button on the way out. It really does help. Share the content far and wide. Help me reach my goal of 5,000 subscribers by the end of the year. It will be a great help. It would be really appreciated. In either case, I'll be here tomorrow and we'll talk watches and style. Take care, everyone.